ibheke la i-light liquid yabo iveza
Morning, everyone. So we'll be starting the event at 1:30. So in 2 minutes time, thank you.
Very clearly.
Can you wave if you can hear me? Oh, awesome. I already love the energy in the room, so that's good. So, morning everyone, and welcome to our dialogue today. So, the good thing is that the G20 happened in the city, right? So, all the our protocol observations and all that, the president has done that for us, right? So, I'm glad. So, just welcome everyone. I hope your seats are warm, and I'm glad that the rain outside, it's not even there yet today. So this is what is going to happen, right? Because we're alone in the room, just a small icebreaker to know who's actually in this room, right? Because there's a whole range of stakeholders in the room. So this icebreaker is called small scale pulse check. So we need to check our pulses, right? Are we alive in this room, right? Okay, so if I read a prompt that you relate with, right? Please stand up. The first one is, stand up if you have rented out or managed or developed a small-scale rental housing unit. Ooh, we have passes in this room. Stand up if you work in a municipality or national government in housing, it could be human settlement, urban planning. Ooh, spouses as well. Stand up if you have worked as officials in small-scale rental housing.
Stand up.
Okay, there's no pause. It's okay. We are not alive in that sector. It's fine. So stand up if you believe funding or finance is the biggest barrier for small-scale rental housing development.
Hey.
Okay. So you should all open your ears for the last session, right? Please. Stand up if you think small-scale rental housing is one of the key solutions to the South African housing crisis. Ooh, that's good. I'm a bit worried by people who are sitting down. Me too. So, stand up if you think tenants are adequately protected in the small-scale rental housing at the moment. Don't question my English, please.
This is like a multiple choice, right?
Whoa, is it only one pulse?
Yes.
Okay, there is hope. Stand up if you have helped a micro developer deliver small-scale rental housing. It could be finance, it could be capacity building, etc. I see so many pulses, similar pulses, that's good. So stand up if you have ever had a funny experience with a tenant. Oh, there's developers in this room. Awesome. Thank you. Stand up if you think regulations and municipal approvals are the biggest challenges for micro developers. Whoa, it seems like this side of the room. What's happening in that side? Okay, awesome. Stand up if you were not captured by any of these questions. It means you do not have a pulse.
Researchers.
Okay, researchers want to show their pulses. Please stand up. Ooh, awesome. Thank you so much. This was a good icebreaker to just highlight and give us a clear picture of the different experiences and expertise in this room, right? And just given the G20 was a tone for collaboration. Because let us continue with the same spirit of dialogue and collaboration in this sector. So without wasting any time, let's start the business of the day. So just to read a bit bio of the first speaker of the day, who's going to welcome us. So Zama Mkwachu is the program manager at the Development Action Group. He has been a key voice in advancing what one will call backyarding 2.0, right? there's technologies that we're going to learn in this day today. He has leadership that has earned him both national and international recognition. So for example, in 2024, he got an Impact Award with IHS, so that's University in Rotterdam. And then in 2015, he got an Innovation Award from the Cape Chambers. It also just highlights the importance of this sector. So without wasting any time, a hand of applause for Zama Mugwachu.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot, Kama. As Kama has mentioned, my name is Zama Mugwachu. I'm the program manager there. I'm leading a programmatic area that is called People-Led Housing Solutions. And today, the team asked me to do a simple exercise of welcoming everyone in this room. But because I don't want to embarrass myself, I decided to write something so that I don't forget. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to our Township Rental Dialogue, organized in partnership between Development Action Group, an NGO in the human settlement space. We'll be celebrating our 40th anniversary come 2026. And then we organized this in partnership with Planact. They recently celebrated their 40th anniversary. And I think it was 2 weeks back. And then University of the Free State. I think today we have got representatives from University of the Free State, Professor Ivan Turok and Professor Andreas Shiva. As we gather here today, South Africa's housing landscape stands at a crossroads. South Africa is urbanizing at a rate we have never seen before. Metros in South Africa are a place of hope, not only to South African citizens, but to individuals and families from across the African continent and even Asia. Millions who come to cities seek safe and affordable housing opportunities, and small-scale rental has been a vital part of that solution in metros and secondary cities. 31 years into our democracy, the demand for affordable housing is growing. I'm saying that even though we acknowledge the work that has been done by the public sector, I know that within the public sector, we've got programs like social housing and CRUs, to mention a few, especially around rental accommodation. I think as someone who has been in the sector now for quite some time, I've been consistent in saying the challenges we face within the human settlement space are calling for us. When I say us, I mentioned the government, civil society organization, private sector institutions, micro developers represented by TDF. I'm here today, there's TDF, Western Cape, and TDF Gauteng. So the challenges are calling for us not to just be good in articulating the issues we face. We should not just be good in articulating the challenges. The realities on the ground are calling for us to be innovative and enter into partnerships. And in that process of locking ourselves into partnerships, I think of entering into partnerships, we should be locking ourselves to solution-driven processes. It's a difficult one because we have to be innovative and craft new solutions. And I know that those who are just good in articulating the challenges and keeping quiet. And I think that the people in this room are not one of those. Small-scale developers, policymakers, from all spheres of government, academics, private sector players, civil society organizations, your voice matters. Let us get to our hands. Today is a space for all of us to better understand some of the challenges the small-scale rental housing sector face. It's also a space for us to share possible solutions with an understanding that no cut and paste will work. I know that the city of the city of Joburg has a bylaw in place since 2018. George Municipality has got a bylaw since 2023. And then the city of Cape Town has a bylaw, I think, recently 2025. But what I'm saying, there's no cut and paste. I think, well, I'm also saying this is a space for us to co-create pathways to strengthen support to the sector. We should be strengthening the support to the sector as different players, government, private sector, civil society, academics, and micro developers themselves. I always say in that round table, everyone has got a role to play. Everyone has got a responsibility. And how do we start to master those? Whenever I speak, I always emphasize that there is no one entity that has monopoly of solutions. Let me repeat. There's no one entity that has monopoly of solutions. Here we'll be celebrating 40 years next year, but we don't have the monopoly of all the solutions. But ours is to make sure that we avail ourselves and we lock ourselves to innovative partnerships so that we can co-create some of these solutions. If one takes time to listen to communities on the ground, I do that all the time. I always say I drink coffee with different stakeholders. I'll drink coffee with officials, policymakers. I'll drink coffee with private sector players. I'll drink coffee with academics. I'll drink coffee with politicians. I'll drink coffee with communities on the ground. And if one listens to them, they are calling for solutions outside of what we know. As a country, we know how to release land, for example, for social housing institutions. We know how to release land to build BNG houses. We know how to release land for site and services. But unfortunately, we don't know how to release land, especially municipal land, for micro developers. It's a new challenge. And unfortunately, the solutions will not only come from policymakers from the municipalities. The solutions will come from all of us here. Stakeholders here know the instruments in terms of some of these government programs, but unfortunately, when it comes to the small-scale rental, we have neglected this space for a very long time. I always say the boat has left the harbor. People are building with or without. They don't wait for a municipality to put together a bylaw. They don't wait for DEG or Planact to put together capacity building programs. People are just building. And for us here, we need to play a catch-up role. It's a difficult one, because while we are here, there's someone in Orlando, there's someone in Alexander, there's someone in Duncan Village, there's someone in Danun who's building without plans, even though we have got bylaws in some of these municipalities. Before I sit down and hand over the mic to Kamo so that she can give a platform to Ivan, I would like to emphasize this. I would like to emphasize that government can no longer continue to be an absent stakeholder in that particular team. We need government, different spheres of government, in the engagement processes. Now is the time for government to enter into those innovative and effective engagements with both private sector, civil society organizations, and micro developers. And in the process, shaping rental markets so that it can start to maximize its contributions to affordable housing provision, and not only affordable housing provision, but the work that they are doing speaks to township economy. Because remember, as a country, we are grappling with demand around affordable housing, but unemployment is one of the challenges that we're facing. And the work of the micro developers does not only tick those boxes, but we are also starting now to build active citizens. We are building now the trust that has been broken between civil society organizations, communities, government, private sector. And for me, I always say it's a real PPP. Thank you very much, Kamo. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zamamkwachu. If you were paying attention a bit, we did not introduce ourselves, right? And our names don't even appear on the program. Maybe we're gate crashes. So I'm not alone in this event crew. There's also other team members. Just look at the edge of the venue. So there's Nosivis, Nalo, Indipile, Nonjabulo. So this event is in partnership with Development Action Group, Planact, and the University of Free State. So welcome everyone in case you are in the wrong event. So without wasting any time, I'd like to invite the next speaker. So with the next speaker, a bit of a story, right? When I was at UCT, doing my honors in urban regional planning, I used to reference this individual. So it's an honor today to stand here and just welcome him as the keynote speaker for the day, and a bit of just work and passion around his work is that Professor Chirok has made exceptional contribution in the sector. So in just understanding and advancing backyard housing and also the small-scale rental housing, not only in South Africa, but just globally. Through his work also with the other colleagues in the HSRC, he has highlighted just the rapid rise of backyard housing, the role in addressing housing crisis and its opportunities and its contribution to the township economy. So yeah, today we are honored to welcome him and just learn more from him when he's going to share the keynotes of the day. Thank you so much. Welcome, Prof. Alvin.
Thanks very much, Kamal. And it's great to be with you, and it's so nice to see you all here today. We're very pleased at the University of Free State to be co-organizing and co-hosting this event, because one of the reasons is this is a very exciting and interesting and important space for the country. But it's also a space that really needs researchers, because I'm going to emphasize this quite a lot. Our understanding and the information we have, the evidence we have is lacking. It's holding us back in various ways. So it's really important we strengthen the evidence base for this activity. I want to thank the organizers for all the work they've put into organizing Planact, Dan, Kamo, and colleagues, and my colleague Andreas for a huge effort to pull this off. It's a symptom of DAG trying to extend the reach of work on this sector nationwide, and it's very, very important. I'm going to talk quite a lot about Cape Town, where there has been more progress, I think we would all accept, than in the rest of the country. But the message basically is that we all need to join this trend. We all need to get involved, because it's critical in various ways to the future of our cities. I'm going to emphasize. And I like Zama's metaphor of the boat has left the harbor, or the train has left the station. Okay, it's moving out there. And my sort of rejoinder to that is that the boat is heading for the rocks in some ways, right? Either it's heading for the rocks or it's heading for clear water. And it's up to stakeholders to steer the course away from the rocks and towards the clear water. It won't happen automatically, and there are various dangers involved that we need to be well aware of, and some of you will be well aware of as well. So, if I can find my PowerPoint, Carl, would you give me a hand? Mouse. What a good start. So I'm going to look at where we've come from, and I'm going to finish by looking to the future a little bit, to comment on prospects and comment on what needs to be done to strengthen the sector and avoid the rocks. I'm going to talk about why it's so significant, why it's growing rapidly, some of the positives and also the negatives we need to be honest about the rocks and the dangers. I want to talk a little bit more detail about the progress that's been made in policy terms, and then I want to conclude by saying what else is required. So why is it so significant? Some of us know this, but it's good to try and capture this. The scale and the rate of growth of affordable accommodation is really significant. In many of our cities, this is now the fastest growing type of housing. But it's completely neglected, as Zama said. In most cases, there's no policy framework, there's no government support. It's happening spontaneously. So why is that? I want to ask some questions. Why is it growing so quickly? How is it achieving that? When we struggle with other government programs and with other initiatives, we struggle to achieve scale in the way that township rental housing is achieving it. It's also helping to densify and upgrade the quality of accommodation. This is patchy and uneven, but that is quite significant in some cases, the densification, to create more vibrant communities from very low density, sprawling neighborhoods. But it's a mixed bag. And the economic impacts, also as Zama has emphasized, are extremely significant here. Creating income and wealth for homeowners, creating new enterprises through micro-developers, jobs and skills from construction, and across the housing value chain, other kinds of jobs in property services, estate agents, surveyors, and a whole range of other jobs linked to the housing value chain. And then, of course, there's the potential for tax revenues for municipalities to deliver better services. And I'll say more about that in a second. But so when I was thinking about how do we measure the scale of this, we don't have the 2022 census results yet. The General Household Survey, the most recent one, doesn't give us backyard housing. It talks about informal housing, so it doesn't enable us to measure this. The best evidence we have from Gauteng, at least, is some satellite imagery analysis done by the GCRO. And this is now 7 years old since this was published. Drawing on 2 satellite image analyses from 2001 and 2016. And if you look at the table, the third row down is backyard housing. So an issue of terminology here, which I'm also going to get into, but look at the rate, at the scale of growth of backyard housing from 266,000 in 2001 to over 800,000 in 2016. More than 200% growth, according to this analysis. Much more rapid than anything else. Informal, formal, or traditional housing. Far outweighing the pace of growth of these other sectors. Now it's astonishing. When I first saw this data, I was amazed by this. It's consistent with the 2011 census, showing the growth from 2001 to 2011. But why has this not attracted the interest of policymakers is my question, and other stakeholders. Right? Why is there still, I'll talk a little bit about the white paper later on, but essentially nobody's noticed this dynamic phenomenon outside the narrow circle of stakeholders interested in SSRU. So the scale of it now exceeds, according to this analysis, the number of people living in informal settlements, and it's huge. Just a little bit more illustration. Where is this? So this map shows the locations within Gauteng, and of course it's largely within townships, low-income townships, recent RDP townships, as well as apartheid townships. And the two images on the right of Tembisa, the green is the formal housing, 2001, 2016 below it. The key point is that it's growing not on the periphery of township, but it's growing right in the heart of township. So it's consolidating and intensifying and densifying townships. In some cases, there are issues of overdensity, and we'll talk about that. But in general, it's consolidating and it's providing access to services, and these are very important attributes, positive attributes of what's happening. This is quite a well-known image of Deep Sloot, showing the impact of backyarding on a brand new RDP development. Within 9 years, you see the level of totally unplanned densification around the RDP housing. So this is a really significant phenomenon. The planners have not got much of a clue as to why and how and what to do about this, and it's really significant. So figures from Cape Town, where there's some more recent data available. Firstly, the scale of the challenge, and I'm going to refer back to this, between 400,000 and 600,000 is the backlog that we're talking about. But in terms of the contribution, the city has recently done some interesting using aerial photographs and satellite imagery, a very detailed exercise to try and count the number of units in backyards. And they reckon 250,000. 250,000. That represents 18% of the total housing stock of the city. One in six units in the city. That's almost as many as number of people living in informal settlements, which is much more visible. RDP housing units, 170,000 have been built since 1994 in the city, so it exceeds the number of RDP or B&G housing units. And then, critically important, the city is projecting, based on the rate of growth of backyard housing, that this will amount to half of all the new units built over the next 20 years. It comprises both shacks, makeshift structures, and micro units. And that's important. I'm going to say more about that. Because there's huge scope here for upgrading the existing poorer quality backyard dwellings for better quality accommodation. So the balance is changing, but still the city estimates that in backyards it's mostly informal shacks rather than solid rental units that exist. We see similar images to the Deep Sloot phenomenon. This is a really well-located township in Cape Town, where RDP housing, in fact, this is the first RDP settlement in Cape Town. Within a few years, the level of intense development, backyard development was incredible. And the population has increased at least 7-fold since the settlement was first established. So I mentioned this progression over time, from shacks to solid structures. Just some images of what still exists in many backyards within the city, to much better quality, solid brick and mortar, single-story backyard rooms, double-story blocks of rental units, and even in some cases 3-story blocks of units, offering much better quality accommodation, internal facilities, foundations, in most cases, solid roofing that won't blow off in the wind, and so on. So why is this phenomenon booming? Why is it growing so rapidly? I think it's worth asking on that question for a few minutes. I think the parts of the answer are firstly that there are very powerful incentives here for the actors involved. The prospect of income generation for people who have an asset but don't have an income is really significant, of course. Enabling people to put food on the table, to send their children to school, to pay for transport and so on. The prospect of income generation is very, very significant, and arguably the key driver here. On the other side, people looking for decent, affordable housing in a context of a massive shortage. I mentioned in Cape Town's case, roughly 500,000 backlog of housing. This also reaches deep down market. There's a spectrum of rental costs from a few hundred rand a month to 3,000 or 4,000 rand a month. So it can reach much deeper down than most government programs. Another important feature of backyard rental is that it saves on the cost of land. Because the existing plot is being used for a second development, there's no land to be paid for by the developer. So it's making more efficient use of the land. It's saving on the cost of new infrastructure and services as well, at least in the short term, until the infrastructure reaches its capacity. So it's efficient in that respect as well. It's using public infrastructure more efficiently. There are no compliance costs or delays with red tape because this is predominantly informal. So that's another important saving in time and in direct costs, administrative fees and so on. That helps to keep the cost down to the tenants. So as a result, it's very responsive to demand. It's very dynamic and it's adaptive and agile in response to changing preferences. Developers can change and adapt, follow the trend, because they're not constrained by rules and regulations. So this is quite a powerful dynamic that I think we kind of have a sense of, but it's worth, as I say, reflecting on what's significant, because we can learn lessons from this for other policies. We mustn't lose some of these positive attributes when we come to intervene in this sector as government, right? So that's critical. The economic effect, just to put that into a kind of diagram, these economic effects that Zama hinted at and I'm trying to draw out, I think are worth making more explicit. Because I'm going to argue that we need actually a clearer vision for this sector if we're to persuade the powers that be to take it more seriously. So we do need to, at the heart of it is this dynamic between supply and demand. People with an asset who want to service a demand for accommodation through putting something on their property. Poor homeowners supplying decent affordable accommodation and meeting this huge demand for affordable rental housing from an expanding urban population. And then the indirect and direct effects of that, the multiplier effects economists will talk about, the income generated being recycled within townships, the demand for building materials, the demand for property services, the jobs and the skills in constructing these properties, and then the indirect effects of higher and more consumption within townships through the incomes that the homeowners and the developers are generating, helping to attract further investment. We haven't begun to quantify these things, right? So there's a lot of work to be done to actually prove and flesh out that kind of thinking and demonstrate the economic significance of this phenomenon. So there are real big positives around this phenomenon. Many very significant, attractive features of what's happening. Rapid growth, providing incomes, creating jobs. But there are also some risks and rocks that is worth talking about briefly. Firstly, the informal and uncertain rules of behavior, the uncertain norms and standards. Right? So most of what we do in society is restricted in various ways by rules and regulations. But this is all informal, and it's not clear what the rules of the game are. Right? So that means it's open to potential abuse. My third point here, the risks of opportunism and extraction are there. The risks to tenants from being manipulated by developers, being overcharged, being given a hard time. To developers of abuse by tenants who don't pay the rent. To lenders, the risks to lenders of not getting their money back. To other investors. To communities from people building property next door to them, which affects their property values. The risks to municipalities of their infrastructure being overloaded, for example. The risk to the environment of sewage spills and disregard for environmental standards. So there are risks in this sector that we need to understand better. The competence of developers and builders is also variable because they're unregulated, nobody's supervising them. Therefore, there's going to inevitably be a variation in their capabilities. And there are no municipal taxes or rates paid by and large on most of these properties. So, a few illustrations of that, of overcrowding causing overloaded infrastructure. The best known case is Dunoon in Cape Town, where literally there is massive sewage outflow which is polluting the river running down into the sea and causing a serious environmental problems to communities downstream, and is a real headache for the city. The boundary problems, the people not respecting public boundaries and boundaries with neighbours, but this case illustrates the encroachments into public space, the pavements and the streets. And underneath these pavements, of course, are the water pipes and the sewage network. So the impact of building over these is that you can't maintain the basic infrastructure. So that's a hazard for municipalities when developers ignore the public-private boundary. The hazard for neighbours when your next door neighbour builds a two-story structure that completely overlooks your property, particularly, of course, if that structure is badly built and very ugly. You can imagine that neighbours are not going to be too happy about that. In some cases, buildings are clearly structurally unsound. This building we monitored for a year in Joe Slovo Park. It was built by a person who clearly was generating income one room at a time and then building another room from the income generated. Incremental building, right, rather than building the whole thing at once. And therefore, higgledy-piggledy, adding on rooms beyond the original idea, but hadn't planned where the access would be, for example. And so you have these external staircases. And you just look at the alignment of so the two-story was taken the year before, the three-story below it. And you can just see that that building does not look very structurally sound. So a small minority, I should emphasize, but nevertheless, clearly something to give building inspectors a sleepless night about. And the one on the left, it just shows the electric cables running, the mains electric cables right through the front of the property. So, if you're coming home late at night and had a few beers too many, So, other examples of poor design and layout: buildings built with very narrow staircases, buildings run on top of each other, affecting ventilation and lighting, buildings that don't take into account the adjacent structures. So this is on the left, the original RDP house, and then the two-story rental units right next to it, clearly squeezing a lot onto small sites. And the impact in terms of livability, but also in terms of longer-term value of these properties, we must raise some questions. And the point is that there's scope for improvement here. With a bit of advice, these developers could do a much better job of creating more valuable properties of lasting value. Internally, you could see these are images, some of them from Property 24. It's clear that the furniture and the fittings, particularly, are in many cases deficient. The quality of the bathrooms, the quality of the basic plumbing is problematic. The ceilings, the flooring materials. I don't want to exaggerate this, but clearly the message is some advice here can create better quality buildings without necessarily increasing their cost. And then there's also examples of Property 24 of unfinished units being sold. And so this is saying something about the funding, it seems to me, of these properties. When they started, they hadn't lined up their finances sufficiently to finish the building. Because when you come to sell a property that's half finished, you don't get your money back. So these are distressed sales, and they're telling us something about the planning again of these buildings, that they're desperate to sell because they've run out of money. So it's really important again that with some technical advice, these developments could be completed and the developers would recover their investment. So we've argued that the heading for the rocks or heading for clear water is an important choice that government needs to come to the party to help resolve this dilemma. But at the moment, the regulatory framework, the red tape, enforce informality. The costs of compliance are too great for developers to follow the rules, and they invite informality. To shift onto a more sustainable path, it's clear that there are a series of things that need to happen, which I'm going to spell out in a little bit. But let's talk then policy. What has policy actually been doing? So I've started with the white paper, the National Human Settlements White Paper. And I went to that to look at what it had to say, because I'm very pleased to see that for the first time it recognizes the significance of informal rental housing. It's there, okay? And that is a bit of a victory, because for many decades, we've struggled to get it onto the agenda. So it's there, which is great. But what it says is leave some room for improvement. In essence, what it says is that we still have to develop a policy for informal rental housing, okay? So it says government will provide an overarching policy framework for affordable rental housing. So that mustn't, not limited to informal, that includes social rental housing, it includes inclusionary housing and other things. But it's saying government's got some work to do. We've got, I thought the white paper was actually supposed to be the policy framework, but it's still to come. It's work in progress. When it comes to informal rental, government will explore mechanisms for informal rental. An informal rental program will be crafted to provide safe, secure, accessible, offer affordable rental, and have access to basic services such as water, sanitation, electricity. To promote health and safety, a service slab will be constructed on a participatory landowner's property, subject to application of concessions. That's quite a specific commitment in the context of government saying we're still going to develop a policy framework, right? Surprising commitment, we maybe want to discuss it. And then it says the emergent rental providers will be identified, accredited, and provided with a set of rules and guidelines as delivery agents. Government will provide incentives and remove barriers for households and delivery agents intending to participate through investing in providing accommodation. A national support program for small-scale contractors and developers that includes upskilling of local labour will be developed. So there are a number of commitments there which are interesting. I'd love to hear how any progress has been made. So it's a start. Okay, we need to be kind and generous. It's a start, but clearly there's a long way to go. There's no vision here. There is no understanding. There's no measurement. There's no evidence. There's no sense of why it's so significant. Well, that would be my reservations about it, but at least it's there. So that's great. Zama's already mentioned what is happening at the local level. And it is still not nearly enough. So it's in addition to George and Joburg that have passed bylaws to basically deregulate and relax some of the planning constraints, the zoning constraints. Tshwane has got quite a good policy on paper, but it's just a paper policy. They haven't yet begun to implement it, but there is some enthusiasm there, and I look forward to seeing more progress in Tshwane. So we've some progress, and we need much more, but the Cape Town story, I'm going to say a little bit more about it. Because it's a really important one, and we can learn a lot from it. DAG has been a critical stakeholder in this story. In 2017, DAG set up a contract and develop an academy to address the skills issue that they had identified from previous work in the township, in the Cape Planact. This established local presence and credibility for DAG, which has always been really important. Having coffee with communities is vital here for NGOs. Set up the Township Developers Forum to organize micro-developers. This is another really important message. Township developers are fragmented. They need to come together, to work together, to make the case, to lobby, to speak with one voice. If they're fragmented and isolated, that's not helping to move the agenda forward. It's really, really important. DAG has tried to improve the evidence base, took the initiative to get some research going in conjunction with ourselves and other researchers. And I'll say a little bit more about that. As a result of this work, independent professionals, a whole range of independent, really qualified people have come to the party to give their expertise in planning, in surveying, in all sorts of fields. And some of these individuals have actually progressed within government to a high level to help facilitate progress here. But attracting interested people who can bring technical expertise to bear has also been a critical part. Microfinance institutions like TUF and Bitprop got involved as well. They saw this action, they saw the potential. So informal coalition emerged about 5 years ago through all sorts of coffee ad hoc discussions, the coffee as a facilitator. Increasing engagement with sympathetic officials in the city, because there were a few individuals who were also aware of what was happening and started to talk about what could be done. So this alliance of people offers unique knowledge, capacity building, and ideas for practical reforms. Those are the three key resources that come out of this group of people that came together. Knowledge, ability to help develop capacity at the grassroots, and ideas for what needed to change in terms of government. And this alliance, and I've written about this if anyone wants to read up the story, comprises these different stakeholders I've just mentioned, with several others actually, who have been working together, talking together, having lots of cups of coffee, to try and find common ground, right, to move forward this complex agenda. And it's only through talking and sharing knowledge and sharing ideas that you find a way forward through what government regards as an impossible, wicked problem, because of these interfaceted obstacles to progress. The infrastructure challenge, the finance challenges, the lack of technical skills, and so on. One of the things to emerge from this analysis and this talk was a recognition that there are different kinds of developers we're talking about. We shouldn't treat them all the same. From the individual homeowners that just want to build some units in their backyard, to the real entrepreneurial types who've got real skills and capabilities to become significant players in the development space, to grow, who are bankable, and who can develop really good projects, right? That's a whole spectrum there. We need to understand much better in order to respond sensitively to their individual needs and capabilities. We documented that the costs of compliance, that these rules are not just an irritation. To comply with the planning and the building regulations more than doubles the cost of development. So there's a real logic behind developers ignoring the rules and regulations. It doubles the cost, it makes it unaffordable to provide small-scale rental housing if you follow the red tape. So it doesn't make sense. You need to proceed informally. We've tried to, through research, we've tried to build the evidence base. Starting actually 10 years ago, we first started, some of us, documenting this dramatic growth phenomenon and build the knowledge, and over time, we've had, through reports and publicity and research papers, making a better case for policy reform. At first, the city was not interested. They were aware of what was going on. Obviously, the people who were responsible for particular parts of the city where they could see backyarding happening. But they largely saw this as a liability. It was a liability for the city rather than an asset because it overloaded the infrastructure. It encroached on the boundaries. I showed you some examples. The city was losing money from these places, getting no rates. And as a result, the city responded to these townships by firefighting, literally putting out fires when they emerged, rather than taking a preventative, a longer-term approach. So famously, the city would jet the sewers. When there was a blockage, because too much sewage going down the sewers, jet the sewers. And if anyone knows about jetting sewers, it's very, very expensive. You use fresh water, and this was actually during the water crisis in the late 2018, 2017, fresh water to put high pressure water down the sewers to clear the blockages. It would be much more effective and cost effective in the long term to put in a bigger pipe. Similarly with the electricity problem, to avoid people building shacks next to substations, the city would spend a fortune creating these steel security cages around all the electricity substations. another example of sort of firefighting measures to try and hold off a problem rather than to get ahead of the curve and to improve the infrastructure for the future. Some of the officials wanted to enforce the regulations by demolishing the structures that they saw that were illegal. But of course they realized that these communities will fight back. And there were indeed violent protests, any sign that the city were taking a harsh line. So the net result was a standoff, a stalemate between the city and communities with very unsatisfactory situation. Huge distrust, huge frustration on both sides. But the small group of officials in the city recognized that there was some positives here. And behind the scenes, they began to advocate for a shift in mindset within the city. What really was a game changer was the election of a new mayor in November 2021, when he made small-scale rental housing a priority program, a mayoral priority program. This gave it a visibility, this gave it a sense of what's possible, and certainly a sense of importance across the various departments of the city. It established targets, established timescales, and the commitment to scaling up the delivery of affordable housing was at the heart of this. The mayor was also interested in this as a way of dealing with informality. The mayor is very worried about the growth of Cape Town, the growth of informal settlements, and thinks that this is a way of trying to contain and steer the informality into a more positive, sustainable direction. So the stakeholders had some official recognition from the city. A forum has been created that we meet every quarter to talk about policy reforms. 10 work streams have been created, and a program management program management team within the city has been created, one of whom is here in the room with us, to develop major reforms going forward. There are 10 key planks of reform, and I'm not going to go through all of them. I want to highlight some of the most important. Firstly, the regulatory reforms, where the new bylaws are mentioned, passed earlier this year, in fact just 3 or 4 months ago, to allow higher density development without having to go through a rezoning application. This is a major progress in terms of simplifying. Of course, it's not the only regulatory obstacle, but it is a significant change for the city now to allow, depending on whether the existing structure is demolished or not, either 8 or 12 units to be built on a plot for large parts of the city, not the whole city. The second key thing I want to mention is the infrastructure issue, because infrastructure is clearly a major constraint when your population is increasing 3, 4, 5-fold in an area. So the city is working hard to figure out how to expand the infrastructure in several pilot areas of the city. At the moment it's just pilot areas. That's also linked to funding for infrastructure, finding ways to finance this additional infrastructure capacity to accommodate the growing population. And the third thing I want to mention, and in some ways it's the most exciting development to date, is the creation of local planning support offices. The city has actually created a dedicated unit of 20 professionals to work with micro-developers, to provide advice, to provide guidance on all kinds of things, including managing that regulatory interface with the city. And this has happened just within the last 6 months. And they're producing leaflets, guidance, and they're holding open days in order to make the city more accessible to grassroots developers. And this is very significant in a context where staff resources are constrained across the city as a whole. It's a real sign of commitment, in my view, to supporting this sector. These officials, some of whom are very senior, are also going in there without a template. They're going in there with a clean sheet to say, how can we help developers and respond to their issues and constraints, rather than just deliver limited range of services. So it is very exciting, and to see the way they've taken up their mandate and are really plowing ahead to provide an upfront positive service towards township developers. The city is also starting to work on releasing municipal land, key sites, to enable new greenfield type development of micro developers. And some of the other areas are still work in progress, but I've given you a sign of what's happening, and that lead us to think that this is reassuring, and this is something the rest of us can learn from. So a few minutes on what more to be done. I think the first point I want to make and emphasize is that I think we need a bit more vision and values in this sector. Most of the Cape Town reforms, I would argue, are driven by pragmatism, right? They're driven by problem solving, infrastructure, developer support, regulation. We need, in order to persuade government that this is so significant, that those numbers I showed are really need to be taken seriously, I think we need more vision, right? What is it at the heart of this that we can persuade? I'm glad to see SABC here. That's the first step. We need to persuade the media, we need to persuade our colleagues even, we need to persuade the banks, we need to persuade key institutions in our society that this is a really important phenomenon, and not just, shacks and informal settlements. This is a really significant development that we need to engage with to transform into sustainable and quality urban accommodation. So what is it at the heart of it? One of the dilemmas that we're facing here is it a deregulation agenda? Right? Getting rid of the red tape. That's imperative. But it's much more than that, I would argue. It's about trying to avoid those rocks, to shape the ship, to steer the ship into a sustainable direction. But what norms and standards are we talking about? We need to reinvent norms and standards for affordable housing so that it's genuinely affordable. But we don't discuss what norms and standards are appropriate. What fire, health and safety regulations, structural standards. We need new building regulations that are appropriate. But how do we draw the line? Right? We need some debate about that. And then we have at least three ways in which this sector is really significant. It's the delivery of affordable housing. We want this to be a sector of choice, not a last resort. People are not moving in here just because they can't afford formal accommodation. This should become a sector of choice for tenants. And I think we're not there yet. I think we can think in terms of the economy, inclusive growth. We need to think of accessible jobs and incomes, empowered enterprises. The economic case for this is very compelling. And we need to make that more loudly and clearly. Because ultimately, National Treasury, that is the case they will listen to most obviously. An economic argument is much more persuasive than a housing or other kind of argument. And then thirdly, there's also this notion of township vitality and township revitalization. Clearly that has popular appeal, the need to improve our townships, right? So we need to get that message, find a way of getting that message through loudly and clearly. Livable, vibrant, and safe neighborhoods, rather than dangerous places that are overcrowded, where there are massive problems with the basic services. So how do we combine, that's my challenge to you, how do we combine these three elements into a more compelling vision and some slogans and some straplines that will tell a positive story to persuade everybody to take it more seriously? We need to think, just another minute or two, colleagues, we need to think systemically here. That's my second key point. We need to think about this as a system, not as a series of separate programs, which is what we tended to see it in the past. It's not just about the infrastructure, it's not just about the financing. It's a range of interconnected actions that need to be taken that will really create a sustainable and powerful system to do what we want. And some of the elements of this, I haven't got time to elaborate, are the issues of tenure, title deeds, and so on. We need a simpler system, right? So people can change their properties without having the cost of the formal title deeds system. And we're not there yet, and we haven't started that conversation really. We need appropriate land use planning. So appropriate planning standards, not first world, too expensive, unrealistic. Same with building regulations. I've made that point, I don't need to elaborate. Technical support and capacity building, because we see that the capabilities of developers are very uneven. So we do need a program of support and capacity building. We need financing for developers. It's great we've got this session later today on developer financing. Massive issue. I don't need to elaborate. Financing for infrastructure. We still haven't cracked that nut. Municipalities just say to National Treasury, just hand us over the cash, right? USDG times 5. It's not going to work like that. We need a serious work on the funding of infrastructure. And that, in my view, would include some contributions from developers and homeowners. Right? We need to start creating a self-sustaining cycle of something for something, not something for nothing. Making active citizens, now I talked about active citizens. Active citizenry includes making a contribution in return for public services. We need to get that thinking going. And then finally, we need neighborhood management. We need public realm. I've talked about safety and crime. Extortion is a big challenge. We need to think about the public realm, the green spaces, the parks, the public transport. We need vibrant neighborhoods, which is not just about housing interventions. So, to conclude, the demand for more and better housing is a major economic driver and a catalyst, and it can become even more powerful if we engage with it more seriously and systematically. Small-scale rental housing is more embedded and less leaky than top-down projects. It's another major advantage. What's happening is grassroots, it's embedded, it's local people doing this. And therefore the economic spillovers are much more significant than parachuting in mega projects or whatever. Harnessing the potential of informal housing requires multiple actions. There's no quick fix of these 1 or 2 programs. Both technical reforms by the state and social and political changes to build trust within our communities. That is a sorely missing quality, public trust in government. This is a way of helping to build trust by showing the government cares and is delivering, and in return, expecting things from communities. Reform coalitions is what we've created in effect in Cape Town, a reform coalition, bringing stakeholders together to negotiate a better way forward. They are, I think, a very valuable way of making progress. And I would encourage other cities to think about this too, bringing the stakeholders together to talk about the way forward. Shared vision of a developmental approach to housing, not welfareism. This is development, not handouts. Performing complementary roles, developing the capabilities of developed micro-developers, building trust, and policy reforms from government, cutting across the silos of planning, infrastructure, housing, etc. It requires an enabling approach from government, not a control approach. Government doesn't have all the answers. It's got to work with stakeholders, work with partners, and that's a paradigm shift. Actually, the white paper talks about a paradigm shift, which is another positive feature we can build on. So it's not a one-off event, it's an ongoing process. Building momentum in the sector and creating really significant, sustainable, livable, and productive neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. What can one say after that? So I just want to do some housekeeping. So we're going to take a tea break after this session that is coming up. So we've had the previous speakers, they were talking about the context which we are working or we are traveling within the affordable rental housing in South Africa. And they talked a lot about the boat has left the shore and now we're just catching up. But since we're in Johannesburg, I would say let's ride on this bus just to go sightseeing and keep it exciting. So next up, we're going to have a panel discussion where we're going to unpack now what are some of these bottlenecks some municipalities are actually grappling with to address the housing issue that Prof and the previous speaker spoke about. So the moderator or facilitator for this panel is going to be Pete. I did prepare like a short bio for people who may not know him. Let me just read it. So I'm going to ask Pete to come and join me, and then I'm also going to ask the panelists who also go and come and sit in front. So Pete, those who don't know him, is a seasoned urban developer. No, planner, sorry. He's a strategist and a public sector practitioner who has worked and focused on the metros, metropolitan planning, spatial planning, and inclusive urban development. So he has over 20 years of work experience, and he has worked in and along with the metros, provincial government, and also national government, where he led in metro planning functions and also contributed in the policy and the special framework that has addressed the urban growth, accessibility, and also housing equity. Besides work, he has also contributed in books and edited some volumes on South African cities and special policy, and has been involved in applied planning research that examine the urban growth management and the levers for more inclusive human settlement patterns, which is what we're talking about today, on how do we achieve these inclusive cities through township property. Outside of work, Pete has been known as a content creator and a host for the Talking Transformation podcast. I've been featured in one episode. So the podcast has over 100 episodes. You can actually look it up and subscribe and listen. There's so many informative content that are discussed, especially some of the things that we'll be talking about today. So Pete holds a planning qualification and has presented at conferences, workshops within the country and outside this country. And he has a blend of public sector experience, policy work, and public engagement, which makes him a practical and a policy-savvy voice on how rental market and municipal planning can be retooled to better serve the township residents and also the property market. So let's put our hands together to welcome Pete Ahmed. Joining him, we have got, where's my program? Thank you so much. So we are joined by a very diverse panel. I'm going to call them your name and then you're going to come and sit in front. We have got Mr. Sylvester Johnson, who is presenting the Township Developers Forum of Gauteng. Mr. Johnson. And then we're joined by Mr. Seth Makotuga from the National Treasury in the City Support Program. And then we have Dr. Sarah Shepard from the University, I can't read the other one, I'll just say Wits University. And then we have Zama Ngwaju from Development Action Group. And last but not least, we have Dr. Stephen Gubeni from the city of Ekurhuleni. I'm going to hand over the I got a request from a hotel manager. So someone who's driving a white Corolla DN22PFGP, they are requested to move their vehicle. It's blocking access. Thank you.
Let's hope that's not one of our panel views. Thanks so much, Nasibe, and good morning to everybody in the room. It's a real pleasure to see so many familiar faces and some new faces in there as well.
looking forward to get to know more of you during the course of the break. But we have a fascinating session ahead of us, really trying to get to grips with what is holding us back in terms of some of the aspects that Ivan has touched on, the vision, the norms, the standards, informing a resilient and a sustainable pattern for growth in our townships. These are some of the fundamentals. We have an expert panel representing across the sectors. What we've heard in Ivan's introduction is that, on the one hand, academics have contributed significantly to deepening an understanding of this small-scale rental and affordable market. The NGOs, whether it's Planact, whether it's the Development Action Group and others, have played a major role in lobbying and activating the sector over the last decade. Some metros, we've heard about the example from Cape Town, have gone further than just passive measures, or at worst ignoring the sector, and introduced sweeping reforms through their municipal planning bylaws and other aspects. And we've seen new umbrella organisations such as the Township Developers Forum, both in the Western Cape and here in Gauteng, start to shape a future agency and enterprise of the sector and its participants. So everyone's doing something. Everyone has been contributing in a positive way in so many aspects, yet we still seem to be in this slow out of the blocks. And today's job for me is to try and talk about and ask our panel to elaborate on the aspects of the barriers to speed in these things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask in turn each of our esteemed panel colleagues to introduce themselves and really think back to that moment when you became aware of this phenomena, of the interest in it, and how you have been responding to it. I'm going to start with the person probably at the coalface of this, the most directly involved, probably putting his own money where his mouth is. Sylvester Johnson from the Township Developers Forum here in Gauteng. Welcome, Sylvester. Thank you so much for being here on the panel. Tell us a bit about your involvement in when you became aware of this phenomenon of the rental market in the townships.
Morning, everybody. Morning, everybody. Here we are. Are we audible? Thank you very much. It is first and foremost a privilege and a huge honor for me to actually be here. Before we actually start, I would just like to acknowledge all of the women in the room this morning. I happen to be a part of the people that marched to the unit buildings just before the G20, and it was remarkable to see just how men and women who actively care about South Africa can actually make an incredible difference by putting their bodies and their silent voices to actually change things in South Africa. And I think that deserves a round of applause. Personally, I became involved in development when I realized that there is a huge inequality in South Africa. I was one of those people who was incredibly inspired by the World Cup 2010 to actually see all of the massive infrastructure going up, and then I said to myself, one day I would love to be a part of that. The ability to add value where there wasn't any, and also affect quality of lives of millions of people was something that was extremely appealing to me. I can recall when I saw the Gauteng actually that was actually up and running, and I can remember seeing that infrastructure and I was like, wow, this is something that we haven't seen here before at that level. Much like people over in the Western Cape that have the sea and the ocean, they wouldn't go there. Much like we here in Gauteng as well. I was one of the late bloomers that actually took the Gauteng years after the World Cup ended, because it's just one of those things, as I say, if you're in a place you don't fully appreciate what you have. But upon my first boarding on the Gauteng, I can recall the feeling of reaching Marlborough Station and looking to the right side of the trade. And I can remember seeing, Africa's richest square mile, Santon, saw the Michelangelo Santon Towers, and I was like, wow. I looked left, boom, Gomorrah. And that stark reality just hit me that there is a big inequality in South Africa. And I think that is something that actually spurred me on to want to get involved, to actually do something about it. I think as in South Africa, you are defined as being a young person when you're under the age of 35. I just recently crossed over that threshold, so but that alone just also spurred me further on to actually want to do more and to incorporate youth into what it is that we are doing. Over the past decade at least, South Africa has witnessed a quiet revolution, and it has been one that hasn't been led by any big corporations or any government entities. It's in fact led by everyday people that are using their homes and transforming it into, asset generating income assets. There is a myth that has been going about that says that there is the informal market has been categorized as small, but there's nothing small about the township economy, ladies and gentlemen. I've looked at it, and this is the sector that's going to change everything, or has the capability to change everything for South Africa. While it may be informally categorized, as a collective, I think it makes up a bulk of our economy. And what is important to also recognize is that we as Black entrepreneurs especially sometimes feel that we are overly mentored but underfunded, because to actually scale a business you actually do need money, and that has been one of the hindrances that I think has blocked a lot of people from actually actively jumping into this market. As we have seen, township development has become a booming business in all townships across South Africa. This is primarily driven by the need for urbanization, as well as the incredible housing backlog that we have in South Africa, as well as the high rental demands that are being asked about now. Township homeowners are now essentially using their land to actually develop and build rental units. This is happening with or without our consent, or without us being actively involved. This is something that is actively happening, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it but get involved and try and steer the ship in the right direction.
So let's leave that there for the moment. I know you've got some notes, and we're going to come back to other questions, but thank you for that introduction. From the face of the developer and somebody who's in the game, I'm going to next pivot to those responding to the game at the most localized level, and that would be our metropolitan colleague here, Dr. Stephen Ngubeni. Dr. Ngubeni, from the metropolitan perspective, this is something that is clearly on your radar in terms of how you go about responding to the phenomenon. When did you, again, from your own side, aware of the phenomena, and what is it that Ekurhuleni, in its most immediate sense, is doing to respond to that within the Ekurhuleni metro space? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Pete, and very good morning to everyone present here. Thank you, Dr. for such a wonderful and informative presentation. Well, how did I come away? I was born in the British home. In a small township in the Malanga at the border of Gauteng.
There we go. You just told it.
Right.
Thank you. There we go.
I thought I was still in the youth league and with the voice.
There's no youth league today.
I went way past that threshold. So I was born in a bakery, and we upgraded into a 250 square meter stand 50 square meter house. We lived there as a family of 9 people, but we still accommodated about 4 families in the yard, backyard. So I was aware right from my upbringing of what is happening. Well, I was not very conscious of how problematic it is. I thought it was a norm. When you grow up in such an environment, you think this is normal, it's fine. It must happen, you know. Until I started being involved in planning, both from a private sector point of view and in government, then I realized that, by the way, people can't just do as they please. There are laws, there are regulations, people must be controlled. But I also learned one important thing, and that I can simply summarize by saying, policies are made for and by the people, not the other way around. It's not the people made for the policies. What am I trying to say is that policies must respond to the evolution of human beings. It must respond to the currency of the needs of the people. And that's what we are lacking. That's exactly where we're facing most of the problems today. We are not responsive to the evolution and the advancement of the human beings. In Ekurhuleni, for example, you are sitting with a backlog of about 190,000 households that require houses. A rough estimate there, it's about 90% of the households that we have within Ekurhuleni. And this backlog is largely composed of migrant workers. So these are people that are not necessarily looking for a titled RTP house. These are people that are looking for a space to rent so that they can wake up, go to work, come back, and December time, back to Giyani in Zigizigi, back to Eastern Cape in Kunu, back to KZN in Nongoma. It goes as far as Mozambique, as Zimbabwe, as Zambia, as Lesotho, and so on. So these are not people that are looking for permanent titled properties. But it's something that we have not really thought about. We have been providing and building houses since the dawn of democracy, but unfortunately, we are only responding to people who must own title because we believe that restores dignity in sale. But the people that have already benefited in these homelands, former homelands rather, in these rural areas, in the other townships, in other provinces and elsewhere, people that can't benefit because they are non-South Africans, we are not catering for them. And this is where you guys come in. But there's a policy gap, there is a hindrance that you are facing. And which brings me to one other thing that I've learned throughout my career and experience as a professional in the built environment. I believe that South Africans, we must learn to talk less and do more. We have a lot of dialogues, we talk a lot, volumes and volumes of research, impressive data, but it all comes to nothing. Because what we are supposed to do at the end of the day, we don't do. Deciding, being decisive, and actually doing the things that we envisage. So we have a problem here that we have long comprehended the challenges that we are facing around the rental stock demand, housing backlogs. And I mean, when you spoke, Prof. Turok, you spoke about a span of a research that was done over a span of 10 years. That's too long a time for us to still plead as if there are people who don't understand what this problem is today. We should be talking about action, we should be talking about what we should be doing, all of us, to erode the problem. But that's not where we are at, and that's what the major problem is. And in Ekurhuleni, we are as guilty as charged. Of course, I am from Ekurhuleni, but I will not appear on the Madanga Commission. If you are looking for me there, you've got a long wait.
Thank you, Dom. If I can just take the mic there, Dom. You're bringing in the commissioner, and I was actually, my bridge for the next was to say, we've heard a lot about handlers over the last week or two, and I'm now going to ask the person I would suggest is my handler. Seth and I have been working for a good number of years. In fact, we worked together at City of Cape Town when he was the Executive Director for Human Settlements. And more recently within the City Support Programme, I've been working very closely with Seth on reforms, within the title reform space. But Seth, again, my question to you, as somebody who really understands this from many different perspectives and spheres of government, tell me a bit about your interest, A, from the metropolitan perspective when you served within the Cape Town space, and how that has changed within the National Treasury and City Support Programme. What is it that you think we should be advocating for most directly within your sphere of influence, sir? Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. The history is long bit, but I'll try to cut it short. As ED Human Settlements in Cape Town, one of the responsibilities that I was given was to curb the growth of informal settlements. And so, by default, my approach is that of community engagement and all those things, but it was not really working, and so I had to be realistic in a way, to be coming up with more enforcement measures to ensure that these informal settlements are not growing. We established a law anti-land invasion enforcement team, and we did a good job, that time in terms of ensuring that informal settlements are not growing, and they did not grow. My team was on the ground, they were marking these informal settlements, ensuring that invasion was not happening, and we were so proud, and I would, report on my scorecards that no new settlement is growing, and I looked very good. Not knowing that as I was closing off the informal settlements on the other hand, there was another informality that was growing on the other, which was the backyard settlements. That's basically, that was the wake-up clock for me, saying that you really need to look at urban issues more in a holistic manner. If you close the site, especially with regard to the issues of urban pressures and informality, what are going to be the consequences of the policy direction or program that we're taking? And so it became very evident that there was growth of backyard housing that was happening in the city. There were a lot of fightings that were happening, because what was happening now in some of the townships, over the weekends, people drink and do all sorts of things, and so people don't have access now to services. And so I think the history that the talk has not covered very well was just the history pre-2011, the 26 and 27, where we decided as Cape Town that, we just cannot turn our eyes, away from the problem of backyarding, because there were people that were still staying in the backyards, and the backyard housing was growing. People did not have access to, to toilets. They did not have access to electricity, and so we introduced at that time, people remember, a policy in providing basically improving access to to basic services in those informal settlements, in those backyard, and it improved a little way, although we never did a thorough research, just the relationships between the tenants and the landlords of those backyards. And so at least that approach was more the infrastructure response on the backyard housing, a problem. And so as I then landed now into the city support program, the problem I think followed me, because the backyarding was becoming a growing subsector that you just could not ignore when it comes to the residential property, property market. And so, Steve, we conducted a research as the city support program in 2 areas, one in Delft South, and then the other one in your metro, in Gauteng, in Tembisa. And out of that research, it became very clear that backyard was growing, and almost 90% was informal, unsafe, and government was just, especially municipalities, were just not responding positively, to the situation. And so people were just allowed to do whatever that they wanted to do, And so what also came out of that research was that people were saying, listen, we don't want to fight with government. We're not anti-government helping us. But all that we want to do, we would like to be recognized that there is a need for this subsector, and we needed support from government. And we don't even want funding. All that we are looking for, basically, if at least some basic issues like land use can be made much more flexible. There were infrastructure pressures. Can government assist with those issues of infrastructure? Can government assist with us building safe rather than building unsafe? How do we deal with the issues of encroachment? We then developed along those lines, a framework. We established a technical team. We started supporting, like the city of Cape Town, a little bit with Ekurhuleni, but they decided that they still needed to deal with their internal issues before they can respond. I'm happy to say, Pete, that Cape Town is doing very well, and in terms of this reform and a city support program, it is really our intention now that the lessons that are coming from City of Cape Town be shared with other metros, basically, in terms of policy reforms, in terms of practice, land use planning reforms, and building, regulations reform. And so that's our main focus going forward. And backyard is basically, it's not just about shelter, just the last point. It's about economic development. It's about building in sustainable, neighborhoods. It's about also basically retrofitting and rehabilitating the infrastructure. And so we're also looking at from a fiscal and financial point of view in terms of how do we revalidate the infrastructure that has been there for a number of years. What models can we use basically? And those are the models that we are working with, with the city of Cape Town. And also, more importantly, basically, it's really the issue of ensuring that this project becomes a program. Like it pains me when you hear that City of Joburg has got a 2026 bylaw to address the issues of backyarding, but there is no program to drive this. And without a program, then it becomes very difficult to even to offer meaningful and effective support. Thanks.
Thank you, Seth. Greatly appreciate it. There's my handler. Now you understand why it's the handler. There are a number of godfathers in the room in relation to NGO work. There's Brother Mike here at the front and Brother Zama. Zama and I have known each other for my entirety of the time working in the city of Cape Town in 2014, and Dag and the team were quite kind enough to allow me to embed myself and research some of this in the Contractor Development Academy back in 2021-2022 when I was studying. And since then, absolutely the biggest fan. But Zama, you always used to talk about the history of the Contractor Developers Academy and what it was trying to respond to. Can you perhaps tell us from the NGO perspective, what led you in terms of your own personal interest, ultimately driving a program approach within DAG to address the small-scale rental sector within the township environment? Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Pete. Morning, everyone. Just to say, Pete, I've been a backyarder myself in Langa and in Belleville. But for me, I think one of the things that we identified as DEG, I think it was during a time when we were unblocking PHP projects, where we chose, I always say, a difficult route, a road less traveled, where we worked with emerging construction companies. And while working with emerging construction companies, we started to identify some of the gaps that are there within that particular space. And when we completed the unblocking of the Kailicha PHP projects, that's when we started to establish what we call today Contractor and Developer Academy within DEG, one of the programs within DEG. And for me, I always say the programs that we're engaging on at DEG are programs, are projects that are speaking to the realities on the ground. And when we saw what was happening in Danun, when we saw what was happening in Delft, I stay in Delft, and other communities within the Kailicha space, we started to say as an NGO, we cannot look the other way, like what government did around the 60s when the taxi industry was started. That's when we started to better understand who are the real players in the space. Starting to drink coffee with different players so that we can be very clear in terms of roles and responsibilities. That's when we started to engage with the likes of Prof. Ivan Turok, Prof. Anders Shiva, because ours within the CDA is to say everyone has got a role to play. The cities, municipalities have got a role to play. Private sector has got a role to play when it comes to financial packages. The NGOs themselves have got a role to play. We have played that role as DEG. Academics have got a role to play. I always say, I'm not an academic, but I always say, when I speak to different developers, when I speak to communities, who is in your corner? CCDA established in 2017, and then we're very clear in terms of champions from the side of the municipalities. Remember, what we are embarking on is something that has not been in the, or even now it's not in the housing code. And there's been officials who are saying, we cannot engage on this. It's not on the white paper, it's not on the housing code. But ours, playing a convening role, playing a brokering role, then we started to identify those champions from the municipality, but champions outside of the municipality, so that as a collective, we can start to co-create some of the solutions. And for me, I'm proud to say, I think as DEG we've played a crucial role, especially around convening, where we've got now what we call within the city of Cape Town, a sector coordination platform. And I always say, in that sector coordination platform where we meet quarterly, no one comes to that platform as a big brother. We come to those platforms, we come to that platform as equals, where we acknowledge that everyone has got a role to play. And for me, I think that's where we are in terms of putting the small-scale rental in the national debate, to see how can we as a collective, we can start to put reforms in place from the side of government. But for me, I'm happy I see my brother there at the back, Mfundo. I started to engage with Mfundo back around 2018, 15, where I've taken him on the ground to say, Mfundo, these are the realities. And we really want the banking sector to also be on board. And now the banks are starting to engage. And for me, I'm saying, that's what we need. Because remember, I said, the challenges that we are facing within the human settlement space are calling for us to be innovative and are calling for us to enter into partnerships that we never thought we'll enter into. Thanks, please.
No, thank you, Zana. Thanks for those insights. We'll pick up on some of those themes just now. I've saved the best till last. The best till last, and the only female on the panel please give a round of applause to Professor Charles. Sarah and I have known each other, I think, since probably 1998, somewhere around there, and we've been friends for the entire duration. I remember doing one of the podcasts, I think it was probably 2019, 20, Sarah, one of the first ones, when we talked about your involvement in the research around Orlando and Zola and some of the backyarding that went on there. And so my question to you, as somebody who's been researching and thinking about this for a very long time, from an academic point of view, what is it that this, from those initial lessons learned, and I'm guessing it was some of the earliest research done around backyarding in the country, that still remains relevant today, and what is it that's keeping you up at night from an academic point of view in relation to this sector?
Thanks, Pete, and good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. So I'm just going to start with what got me into it. I would say when I moved into academia, having been an official in local government and implementing the state housing program, state-funded housing program. And when I moved into academia, I really wanted to take the opportunity to reflect on what we had been doing in implementing the program. And as I started to research more about what we all call RDP housing program and RDP housing projects, the issue of backyarding that was coming up in RDP developments just became very, very clear. This was sort of 2006, 2008. And I remember reading about Joe Slovo actually in Cape Town, Steve Robbins' work in Joe Slovo, and how there was this critique that this very formal development by the state was being re-informalized or becoming informalized through what people saw as very precarious construction of rooms for rent and also structures to earn money, spaza shops and that kind of thing. And so there was this kind of tension that was coming through about the state development initiatives that people were themselves starting to appropriate and transform into something else. And Charlotte Lemansky did some really interesting work in Cape Town, research in a particular development. And she started to make the argument that, in fact, the way in which RDP beneficiaries were able to survive in these kind of developments was specifically through turning them into these kind of economic assets, not in the sense of a long-term project to grow the value and sell it, as in the kind of DeSoto idea about how it might work, but in the short-term way of earning money off the property. And she was saying, almost by definition, the people that are qualified for state-funded housing are likely to be unemployed, are likely not to have other kinds of economic prospects, or not very many other. And this is absolutely their lifeline. And so my own research into my PhD was all about the kind of RDP housing, and I became very interested in the ways in which people were transforming the state-funded housing developments. And over the years, I have had some fantastic students doing their masters and honours research on backyarding of various kinds in Gauteng, and there's really an interesting body of work that I think we should be maybe mining more for their sort of empirical contribution that it shows. So the work has looked at all sorts of things, the kind of social relations in the yards between tenants and landlords. There's a long history of writing about that. The spatial configurations and government interventions. And so just very briefly coming back to your point, Margot Rubin and I looked at what had been done in Gauteng in terms of responses to backyarding. And we went back to the really interesting initiatives done by Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, housing at the time in Zola and Orlando. The people in the room who know much more than I do about those, where there was an intervention tried to try and formalize. It had perhaps some negative consequences. It wasn't very well received. It was a very complex story that actually unfolded there. There were also the initiatives where backyarding was built into the state housing deliveries. The K206 project in Alex, for example, I think there was one in Mfuleni also, where government was saying, let's recognize this phenomenon, let's try and build it in. And there were also some unintended consequences and responses to that. And then there were the other examples where private developers were trying to manage the phenomenon. So, for example, in Cosmo City, to manage the backyarding as it was arising in conjunction with the City of Joburg. And then the very different responses, which were complete laissez-faire. we don't know what to do about the fact that the phenomenon is rising, and let's step back from it. So I think all of these ranges of responses have been really interesting. There's lots for us to learn from that. There's lots of, I think, really interesting experimentation that's gone on in Gauteng, and we shouldn't forget about that.
Sarah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And can we just get a round of applause for the panelists and those sort of introductory statements? So I've got a few questions I'd like to ask each of the panelists before we'll give them a chance to ask each other some questions, and then we'll open it to the floor, if that's in order. Sylvester, coming back to you again, I think, here you are, early days of a fledgling organization, an agency and umbrella group. Who are your members? Where are they from geographically, and how is it that you're thinking about growing your membership? What are the things that you are having to think about with you and your committee about expanding your reach and expanding the influence that you can bring?
Thank you very much, Peter. Once again, I would just like to, first and foremost, also acknowledge the people that actually shaped the forum in its that early years, because this is an idea that has been coming on roughly 3 or 4 years now. Through the interactions that I've happened to have through individuals like Mr. Brian Mambo, who is in the room as well, who I happen to look at as the pioneer of what we are busy doing now. The reason why I say that is because Brian has and I would challenge anybody to just go and speak to him. He has a leadership ability that is naturally embedded in him, that I always like praise, because his inception of the Western Cape Forum was actually for it to spill over into other provinces as well, and to actually let it take on a life of its own. New things, new partnerships develop, and I think that is a characteristic of a good leader, to actually build other people and actually want to see this thing that you have started actually become bigger than what you are. That was a tremendous appeal. Secondly, Lusanda, I would like to acknowledge you as well. We had an interaction with roughly a year or 2 ago, I think it was, whereby you actually awoken up that spirit of activism and that child of 1976 within me again, even though I wasn't there. But that spirit of me was indeed woken up through my interactions with you, and I just wanted to make that known. One other thing, I am also a product of Planact, or Mike, and I am a product of DAG. Reason why I became so interested in these organizations is because they do work on the ground, and it's very appealing to me to not just have sessions where we talk, but we actually take tangible action. And that is what appealed me as well to want to walk into this. In terms of our membership, as you did ask, as we're just starting now, the important thing is, before you can define a problem, before you know what a problem is, you initially have to first define it. And when you define a problem, I think that you are halfway there. You are like halfway to solving whatever it is that you would like to do. But when it comes to our membership, we had to define small-scale rental and what it actually means to us. We classified our developers, and currently we have about 15 developers that are actively on board with us. 5 of them, we actually started with 15 because 5 of them would be your micro developers, that's your small developers. You would essentially have your medium developers, and then you would then have your large scale developers. So these are 15 people that we initially started off with, and that we actually mentoring and working with actively to actually capacitate and actually build up our strength in numbers as our forum, but also to look at the impact that we can make. Our membership criteria, would you like to know that as well? And
if you can touch on it briefly, and I'm going to come to Dr.
Our membership criteria is we are actively looking for people who are involved in the development space or indeed interested. You should have a good reputation within the circles, because in order for us to build something, we have to build trust. people that we can work with, and people that we can trust. And also we are, as I did mention, we are also an action-based organization. So we lead by example. So one of the requirements is for membership is that we do require equity participation from our members as well. I think that way is how we can actively, tackle and look at these problems, because when you are actively involved and you put your own money into something, you definitely want it to succeed. So that's why we do require equity participation from our members. That's it.
Thanks so much, Sylvester. Dr. Ngabeni, we've heard about, particularly from Seth, around his journey from the metropolitan into the national space, the ability to agitate and advocate for change within that space. From your perspective within the metro, at this stage within Ekurhuleni, what are the couple of things that you would most want from the other spheres of government, from province and or the national space, to assist Ekurhuleni in their efforts?
So I understand perfectly your question, and I would like to say this, that I think in addressing the elephant in the room, Ekurhuleni has already started with a couple of things, such as relooking at our spatial development frameworks to sort of accommodate the densification of mixed-use areas, as well as areas that are close to places of work and CBD. These include your former black townships. So to make it easier for policy reform, which we are embarking on next year, insofar as the land use management scheme is concerned, to accommodate a possibility of making it easy for the small scale developers to acquire rights to can build, for instance, your backyard rooms and so on and so forth. I must say, why did we start and where did it come from? You know, there was a recent graduation ceremony that took place at Melrose Arch, and we had our eyes and ears there. And the small scale developers who were graduating there, they began to snitch on us as a state. They told the coordinators, who are largely from UCT, that Ekurhuleni is very difficult to work with. And we don't find joy in what they are doing. So Prof, no, I think it's Dr. Lizzie Mushot. She then gave me a call immediately and she was like, what are you guys doing there? And we have a consent 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then we started working on it. So as we speak, the Mayoral Executive Committee has supported a reform on the municipal spatial development framework to support densification, and it's destined for council probably before the end of the year, and next year we start with the processes. The land use management schemes. Honestly and really, what I think is the level of support that we would require from province and national is basically proper finance for the small scale developers. First and foremost, I know that we are speaking a lot about private funding at the moment, but very soon you will be trying to find a way out of private sector funding. And that's because of the high interest rates that you will get. And fortunately, in my past life, I used to be a CEO of a DFI, so I know exactly why an entrepreneur would choose not to go to FNB, but rather go to the National Development Agency or to the PIC for funding, because very soon you will walk in as an entrepreneur that is trying to be a successful businessman. A few years down the line, you are indebted as hell. In fact, you are not only poor, but you are owing. So that talk will soon change. So I think that government must be proactive now and begin to design packages. I know that and there are one or two institutions that have already started doing that, even though they choose which areas they actually are willing to support. I think they must look at this because it's a real solution to the problems that we are facing. But also, with this particular paradigm shift, comes a great deal of a need to upgrade infrastructure in the townships. Now, I've already told you, I come from a small town in Mpumalanga called Delmas. When I grew up, the township was designed and meant for 40,000 households. Today, because of RDP, backyard dwelling, we are sitting at about 120 households. You know, even if you are not a planner, even if you are not an expert in the built environment, you will know that this is a problem somewhere around a normal summer day at 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, just when you are supposed to have your dinner. Because the soil in the sewer purification plant begins to be loud at that particular time. So you will smell it quite nicely at that point in time. Then you will know, so it's as fresh as air. So you will know that this sewer treatment plant does not have enough capacity to carry 120,000 households. It could only carry a maximum of about 60,000 households. So there's a need for us to upgrade on infrastructure. Therefore, I'm thinking that there should be efforts in that for us to begin to prioritize infrastructure upgrade, not to only capitalize the new projects, but to look into replacing old pipes that we are having, replacing and upgrading the sewer treatment plants, the electricity capacity, and all of those things for us to be able to carry this paradigm shift.
Thank you, Dr. Mbeni. Seth, I'm going to come to you next on the back of that. The environment we find ourselves in 2025 is both useful in terms of the white paper that we've talked about, the policy perspective, but we know from a funding perspective that cupboards are bare, that we know we are struggling in terms of our ability to finance, in terms of expanding grant funding or looking at new tranches of funding within the grant regime. What is it, do you think, that we as the country can do to address this idea of wholesale retrofit infrastructure programs within our townships at scale? It will obviously demand not just a partnership approach that I think is being discussed by Ivan, but what is your sense and of what's available and how practical are some of these dimensions given supply chain challenges, etc.?
Yeah, Pete, I think the first response would really be that the issue of backyard accommodation on small scale rental, if one looks at the 2025 SONA, it was mentioned there, you know, as one of the areas that requires attention, especially from a spatial equality, you know, point of view. And so, at that level, there is a recognition, you know, even from the presidency, you know, that it's just an issue that cannot be ignored in terms of reforming, you know, spatial integration and equality in our cities. And so, in terms of the reforms that are currently underway in national government, backyard housing also, I'm just giving more the high level, you know, our policy context, is also an integral part of the Operation Vulindlela, you know, reforms that are currently, you know, underway. And I'm not going to be repeating what the Prophet already indicated about the human settlements white paper, that it is there. And so from a national government perspective, there are some moves, there are some initiatives from policy reforms. But of course, we also need to be asking ourselves fiscally, what is happening now to address the problems? You know, there was a question that was raised in a seminar that from an infrastructure that was convened in 2023. I think most of the people here were in that seminar. And one of the questions was, how are we going to be paying for the infrastructure as these townships are, growing, as Dr. Mubeni has said there? I still remember Mani Jane, who was the former DDG, responded at that time and said, guys, USDG, the Urban Settlement Development Grant, it's a grant that is not restrictive to the metros. And it was a grant that was aimed at providing support to the municipalities. And it was the grant that was also aimed at incentivizing private sector investment as well, in as far as infrastructure provision is concerned. Why don't you make use of that grant? Then if you exhaust that grant to rehabilitate your townships, then we can start to be talking. But fiscally, the country is not doing very well at this present moment, and her response was that, let's start to make use of what we have. Then if we can see what we have, it's really not enough, then come, let's sit down and discuss. And so I still feel that there are some grants that the municipalities must really be familiar with themselves, like USDG, it's one of them that are meant for the infrastructure. To address some of the infrastructure problems. But having said that, I'm sure you will maybe know, colleagues, that there is a big reform now that National Treasury is driving at this present moment with other sectors of the department, which is called the Metro Trading Services Reform, looking at the issues of water, electricity, as well as also solid waste. That reform is really going to be changing the fiscal framework of the metropolitan municipalities, the cities going forward, in terms of improving infrastructure provision in a big way, and also in terms of what point did I want to say? Yeah, infrastructure provision, as well as also income revenue as well within. Because what we've seen also in our cities is that they were making more money, some of them even 120% revenue, generation. But when it comes to plowing back in terms of maintenance, they were just not plowing back, basically. You've got municipalities that have got a backlog of more than 30 years, basically, in terms of bulk infrastructure. And so what the Treasury is saying now, can we start now to be reinvesting our monies on bulk infrastructure, or link infrastructure, reticulation, and then settlements, basically, in terms of the infrastructure provision. And I'm happy that Cape Town is even starting to be doing some modeling now in terms of capacities, in terms of how do we provide infrastructure provision in the backyards to ensure that we retrofit and there is capacity, And so that's the support that we are providing, and I'm sure you'll be also aware that recently we had a city budget forum meeting where we invited City of Joburg, we invited Cape Town, as well as Planact. I think they were there also to sort of, if I remember, yeah. But I think it was mainly the City of Joburg in Cape Town, where they were saying that, where are we with regard to, our backyard accommodation, and what are the challenges? The issue of infrastructure was on top of the agenda, as well as funding. And so these are the issues that we're beginning to address. Thanks.
Seth, thank you for that. Last couple of questions for the panel here. I'm coming to Zama first, and then we'll conclude with Prof. Charlton. Zama, tell me, the Contracting Development Academy is really starting to mature. I think you're in your 5th or 6th tranche of graduates now. I think you were doing online back in the COVID days. So I'm guessing it's at least five generations old. What is it that you're seeing from the graduates that are coming out of your program that either worries you or excites you in relation to their ability to step out of the program and into the delivery mode that's required?
I think what excites me is the acknowledgement from their side to comply. We're working with TTF. There's a WhatsApp group And in that WhatsApp group, the discussions that are happening there, that's where there's learning amongst the different micro developers, assisting each other, sharing information. For example, one of the things that we have not spoken about today is the role of built environment professionals. I see them sharing the good architects. I see them saying to each other, guys, it's better for us to comply, because once we comply, we are building legacies for our children.
And assets, right?
And assets. And for me, I think that's what we want to see. Because I think I always say, as someone who's coming from the NGOs, I cannot lead the TDF. Ours is to capacitate TDF so that when they go and engage with planners outside of the city of Cape Town, but also engaging with officials, they are in a particular position to understand what to say in those platforms. And for me, we've seen TDF, for example, we're in a sector coordination meeting yesterday. TDF is not a pushover in some of those platforms. They know exactly what they want to say. They know exactly that they are representing people. And for me, I think that's what is exciting, to see them grow, because we want to see them contributing to some of the challenges that South Africa is grappling with, which is affordable housing and employment creation. And we've seen them ticking those boxes in Cape Town.
Thanks, Simon. Professor Sarah, tell me the role of academia going forward to support, to inform, to fill in gaps that might be there from data, or to take on new takes on the data. What do you think is the role of the academic sector to really give this another dimension in 2025?
So I think academia can assist a lot with research and empirical information, and also on the kind of thinking and conceptualizing side of things. Ideas, we've got the space, we've got the opportunity a little bit to step back and think about things. I wanted to put forward two big concerns that I have at the moment. So the one concern I have is I think there are really contradictory strands of thought going on in our as a country's thinking about human settlements and low-income housing and where we're going. And I started off by talking about state-funded housing projects and how backyarding and small-scale rental is a really big component of what people develop in those areas. Well, if that's part of what we are thinking is healthy, is productive, is part of the housing solution, Adam was talking about our need for a vision around all of this. Well, what we're doing in Gauteng in terms of BNG housing delivery is curtailing any opportunity for backyarding. We're doing the absolute opposite, and I presume the same model is happening elsewhere in the country. What am I referring to? I'm referring to the fact that the giveaway units are now in a typology of multi-story blocks of flats. So what used to be a freestanding house in the old developments is a flat. It's an apartment, and that forecloses the possibility of small-scale rental. It forecloses quite a lot of the possibilities of income generation from home that we're seeing in many of other places. And that is being done deliberately, my understanding is. It's being done deliberately to prevent the re-informalization that is being seen in older developments. It's being done because developers see a threat to the bonded housing that comes in as part of these mixed income developments. So we in Gauteng are rolling out thousands and thousands, in effect, of blocks of flats as giveaway units. I have all sorts of concerns about that typology for many reasons, but I'm pointing to a contradiction with the celebration of backyarding and small-scale rental, if that's the trajectory we're going in.
Fantastic.
Seth is laughing here. I'm not quite sure why, but we'll have a debate. Okay, so I want to have one more.
Shoot, Sarah.
One more bite at the cherry. So this might be very controversial in this forum. I'm stepping back from the immediacy of what's happening in neighborhoods. And I am saying that I think we need to think a lot about the bigger spatial transformation story in our cities. And Pete, this is your terrain much more than mine. But I do think we need to analyze the spatial patterns that are going on. So Ivan showed the maps from GCRO that show the incredible intensification of backyarding in former township areas, RDP settlements, and the densification that's happening in those areas. That is not the same kind of spatial pattern as some of the spatial development frameworks are pointing to about where densification should ideally be happening. So what are we saying about backyarding as a spatial transformation tool in our cities? Is it reinforcing a particular spatial pattern that in fact some of the other initiatives are trying to move away from? What sort of transformation does it represent? And I'm not denying that it does represent a whole lot of transformation, and it also represents ways of promoting inclusion, equality, but in a spatially complex and contradictory way. And I would love to see some maps of Cape Town, particularly, to understand how the promotion of backyarding in former township areas is contributing to the spatial transformation at a bigger picture story. So I think there's a lot of discussion and debate to have about that particular point. I hope people followed what critique I might be putting on the table here.
Thank you. Thanks for the provocation. And again, a round of applause to our panelists, please. Thank you. In terms of the program, my understanding is we have about 10-15 minutes left where we would like to give over to questions to the panel. The panel may have questions for themselves, so I'm not excluding you as the panel from asking questions of each other. But can I ask, are there questions there that you'd like to ask any of our panelists? You can raise your hand and I'll bring you the mic. Thank you. If you could please just introduce yourself so everyone knows who you are. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Kura Chiota, Regional Property Consultant. Firstly, to the panelists, did you guys take oaths? Were your oaths serious? Were you focused? But more seriously, the continent is looking up to South Africa, and I've been with Zama in Cape Town and Brian when they were presenting stuff there. So if South Africa, with all of its resources and its economic strength and its attraction, if you guys are battling, I think we're 3 steps behind and we're battling with you. What I want to know is, from the ground up, stuff is happening. Where does the stuff that's happening meet all of the wonderful stuff that you're talking about? Policies, lovely diagrams, ease of doing business, and all the rest of it. Because we are behind you, and we really, really want to know and learn and see and get best practices.
Thank you. Is that directed to one of the panelists in particular? It's open. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a couple of questions, and then we'll ask for general responses. I'm going to start. Sana, I'm going to start with you. Thank you.
I think for me, as DEG, as CDA, we have played and we continue to play our capacity building role. We continue to play our facilitation and brokering role. And through the partnerships, for example, with Andreas and other NGOs, we are starting now to say what is happening here in South Africa is also happening in Lesotho, is also happening in Kenya, is also happening in Zimbabwe. For example, as part of our training programs, last year, we trained 2 developers who are operating as micro developers in the Zimbabwe space in Harare. And as DEG, as other players, we are saying we are prepared now to share at a regional level what has worked in the South African space, but then, remember I said, not only South Africans are coming here and looking for affordable rental accommodation. I mentioned people from other African countries. And as DEG, as other players, we see that we've got a role to play in terms of capacitating other NGOs. That's our role. They cannot be all over the place. For example, now we're working with Planact, and we're also starting to see which partners can we start to work with in Lesotho, in Namibia, in Zimbabwe, so that the gospel around small-scale rental can be spread, especially in the SADC region. And we are committing, I think we have been talking to say, come early next year, we are looking at convening a space, especially in Kenya, where we can start to talk about what is happening in Kenya, what can we learn from Kenya, especially around access to finance, sharing what we also know from the South African space. And for me, I think that's the commitment, I think from the side of the NGO and other players like US, University of the Free State, that we have committed to do come 2026.
Thanks, Sam. I'm going to ask Sylvester, maybe from a TDF point of view, your response to that.
What is being done on the ground, I can honestly say, in the age of information, ignorance is a choice. We have these brilliant platforms that have been opened up digitally. We have platforms whereby we have these meetings and engagement all the time. But I think the gap comes with the word actually being transferred to the people on the ground. I can honestly tell you from the people that I've spoken with, there are people that haven't heard of TAF. They haven't heard of, there is in fact an organization like TAF that is a financing organization for developers and micro developers. We need people that actually have a desire to reclaim all of the buildings that are so in a derelict state, both in Joburg and in Pretoria. So I do think the gap comes with proper information being shared on the ground, and I think that's why organizations like the Developers Forum of Gauteng has been formed to actually try to fill that gaps and try to work with various NGOs on the ground. And personally, that's where I like doing my work, is on the ground, physically being on scene and on site. That's what I enjoy. So I do think that is where we do find our gap, and also in asking empowering questions, essentially. How do we make small-scale rental housing attractive to people that actually want to be involved in it? So I think the progress is all going to depend on the questions that we dare to ask.
So Lester, thank you so much. There were no further hands. I just want to check there's not one there's one popping up. But I also want to say, is anybody want to respond to Sarah's provocation around the broader question of where we're going? What is the deal with housing in 2025? Let's see. Sir, if you can introduce yourself, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mr. Simon McLaughlin from the University of the State. I just want to speak to the responses to the backyard. Actually, the question here comes based on what was discussed and the responses to the backyard. I think what Sarah mentioned was that the intervention was to formalize the small-scale rental housing, but which fails decimally. So I think from the presentation that was done by Prof. Ike, where he talked about the initiative about the Miara initiative, where there are now the bylaws that people can now people are allowed to densify without having to apply for rezoning land use applications, certain land use applications. So I just want to find out, I think what was David touched on was the retrofitting and the in-suit upgrading within these small-scale rental housing. So I just want to know that are these options or the policy option being explored in different areas, because even Dr. Gubani mentioned that now looking into policies, come next year there will be a policy on intensifying and improving the small-scale rental housing. So I just want to know, like, is there a waiver policy, or each municipality focuses on its land use scheme and the bylaws and caters to the small-scale rental housing as they affect them, or there will be a waiver policy that will now affect all the South African countries? Thank you.
Thank you for that. What I'm going to ask is Dr. Ngubeni, you might want to respond to that. And then I'm going to ask Ross, maybe you want to just reflect quickly on the City of Cape Town's approach and response. Oh.
Well, there can't be a universal waiver policy because the municipality, in terms of the constitution, it's got the direct powers to regulate issues of this nature. So it is the municipality itself that must relook at its policy reform, and that is why Cape Town did it. That is why Johannesburg is said to have done it, and that's why we have started, because we have to look at our own spatial development framework. We have to look at our land use management schemes, and there is no province that unfortunately can do that on behalf of the metro. So it will not be a universal policy. And of course, insofar as the intention is concerned around land use management, we do have an intention of having a waiver policy, but as a municipality, not that is going to be at a provincial or national level. As a municipality, that will allow, for example, a small-scale developer to have, let's say, 3 backyard rooms without necessarily having to apply for a land use change in the municipality, and that will be a sort of waiver to the land use management scheme. Because whether we like it or not, a spatial development still has to be controlled, because otherwise we are going to find ourselves in a slum situation, as if we are in Alexander or anywhere else where it's not a desirable state necessarily. And so we need to look at that. But I also wanted to take a bite at what Sarah said earlier on, and maybe contribute 1 or 2 things there. Indeed, the primary focus that all of us as South Africans should be seized with, which is the national agenda, is centered around spatial transformation, which cascades into social transformation, economic transformation, and so on and so forth. And I think we're in agreement fully with regards to the fact that whatever policy changes that we are putting in place must not discourage that transformation that we envisage. And I think thumbs up for sort of raising that as an issue. It's not necessarily controversial, but it's just to say, remember, your focus is transformation at the end of the day. You don't want to go back to the spatial patterns that we had suffered before under the apartheid regime. So indeed, it's welcome as a comment. But the second issue with the comment that you made at the beginning, I think my response is that we also need to be aware or conscious of the fact that the housing backlogs that we are facing are astronomical, and they are on a daily basis growing exponentially. There is even this sector that is being established now will not be adequate to address those backlogs at the rate at which they are growing, at least. So you need all hands on deck. You need all solutions to be put in the cooking pot so that we can be able to cover as much ground as possible. Just the other day, I was speaking to the Mayoral Executive Committee, and I was saying to them, look, at the rate at which we are being funded as a city, being one of the highly funded metros in the country, when it comes to human settlements, we get about in the excess of 2 billion a year for human settlements. That money is nothing compared to the backlog that we are facing and the rate at which it is growing. My estimates is that if we go at the rate at which we are going, we are likely to only eradicate the current backlogs of 131 informal settlements, of about 190,000 houses that are required, only in 50 years' time. And the question is, what would have happened to its exponential increase in 50 years' time? This would be like a drop in the ocean. So we need all hands on deck, all solutions to be brought to the fore. This is but one contribution
to the problem that we have on the table. Thank you, Dr. Muteni. We're gonna hold you to the 50 years, okay? Unfortunately, we're out of time. And I know Ross Gordon, who has done some amazing work together with David Gardner and others in the city of Cape Town. Have a chat to her over a cup of tea outside. Understand, please put your hand up, Ross, so that people know you are there. Speak to Ross over a cup of tea about what's going on in Cape Town and some of the approaches that they're taking in terms of their bylaw. I want to thank again our panelists. Please, a round of applause for all of our panelists today. And also just want to say thanks so much to DAG, to Planact, for inviting me along. It's an absolute pleasure and privilege to be part of the ongoing conversations. I noticed that all the other facilitators that you will have the benefit of this afternoon are professors, so note to self, must try harder. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pete. Can we take a 10 minutes break? So there's tea and coffee outside. Thank you.
That's fine. We can talk about what is legally required.
So he's a leading researcher and a scholar who's worked on informality, small-scale rental housing, and equitable urban development in South Africa. He held a senior research role at Human Science Research Council, and also served as an associate professor right now at the Center Development Support at the University of Free State. So his research is deeply informed by policy, or informs policy and public discourse, and he is co-authored influential work on the small-scale rental housing, which we're talking about today, where they highlight some challenges and potential for inclusive and sustainable densification. So let's put our hands together for Professor Andreas Shiba, who's going to be facilitating. And then I'm going to call upon our panel to join us in front. The first one, can I please have Ms. Unonhlanhla Buthelezi from the National Department of Human Settlements to join us in front. Hands. And we have more women in this panel, by the way. We've got more women for this one. And then we also have Ulonde Gauteng from the city of Johannesburg, Department of Human Settlements. And then we also heard a bit about this guy who's the influencer within the developers, Mr. Brian Mango from the Township Developers Forum in the Western Cape. And then we have again a voice from the civic society based here in Gauteng. We're going to have Mr. Mike Makwela. It feels weird to call him by his name. But anyway, Mike Makwela from Planact. And then last, that will be the last one, yes. So I'll hand it over to you, Prof. Thank you.
Masive, and again, thanks for DEG and Planact for this wonderful collaboration, putting the event together, and thanks to all of you for coming and participating. So it's a real pleasure to be facilitating this second session, which really aims to build on the conversations that have been already happening in the morning. We have had some fantastic discussions and inputs, the keynote, the last session facilitated by Pete, and we want to dig a little bit deeper into what government and civil society organizations can do to support small-scale rental housing. We have heard a little bit about what's happening in Ekurhuleni, in Cape Town. We want to understand more what is the city of Johannesburg doing, what is happening at the national level, to learn from the Township Developers Forum in the Western Cape and their lessons, and how can they be also kind of adapted in the Gauteng environment. So I'm really grateful for all the panelists to be here, and I'm really excited about your input. So Namtansha, can we start with you, please? The national department has been mentioned earlier, the white paper. We are all excited that it recognizes informal rental housing and small-scale rental housing. It also made a couple of commitments. Could you give us an update on what has been happening since the white paper was gazetted in January 2025? Maybe what the current progress is and reform processes are to kind of realize some of the commitments. And also, I think, the audience, we are quite a mixed bunch of people. Let's try to speak in simple terms for people to understand. Many of us are outside of government, it's hard to understand, how processes work. So maybe you can also touch on some of the timeframes and what it means for you to enact the reforms, what is required in terms of processes.
Thanks a lot, Prof. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm already introduced. I'm Unonhlanhla Buthelezi. I am the Chief Director responsible for policy in the National Department. I think as I was listening from the beginning in the morning, I was smiling from the progress that we've made with regards to what policy formulation. And I smiled more when Prof was articulating what went into the white paper. And I think one of the areas which I think I always say we need to reflect around is the fact that government has been there supporting rental. And the programs that are known, I think there are two. It will be the hostel redevelopment. I think Prof, you've warned me not to use these acronyms that we use. Hostel redevelopment, which is the CRU program. We call it CRU, but it's a community residential development program. And then we have the social housing program, which is well known, implemented by our entity, Social Housing Regulatory Authority. And over the years, I think before we promulgated the white paper in December 2024, we had a review of the Rental Amendment Act, and that happened in 2014. And when the review was undertaken, it did recognize what is happening in the public rental space and also in the private rental space. There was a line there which was talking about the creation of the norms and standards. So when we were working on the white paper, it was not a difficult one to pencil in what goes into the private space of rental, because that foundation had already been laid in terms of the Rental Amendment Act of 2014, which was a review of the 1999 Rental Amendment Act. So in terms of us moving fast, it's not that fast. I think most of the time it becomes a little bit ununderstandable why it takes so long. Part of what we do, we engage with the research that will be available out there, such that we fully understand what is it that we need to respond to. So in as much as we have the white paper for human settlements that got gazetted in January this year, we had to embark on a process of translating it, which is what will also be circulated as well. But after the white paper has been promulgated, because the white paper becomes the policy foundation for us to amend the legislation. So we are now working towards that process of amending the old 1997 Housing Act, which only got amended twice in 1999 and also in 2001. So we are working towards that, but over and above that, there is what is called the Housing Code, which in the white paper we're very clear that we need to develop what we call a Human Settlements Code. So the Human Settlements Code is like a regulation. Each and every legislation will have a regulation, but in human settlements we regulate through the code. So the code contains a number of programs, including the two that I mentioned. So given that we are saying we are working on the code, we have to come up with additional instruments aligning with what the other speakers were saying, such that you have a clear instrument that explains what is it that we'll be dealing with when it comes to small-scale rental. We are not only looking at small-scale rental, we started the journey on small-scale as far back as 2013, 2014, working together with SALCA. There was research that had been undertaken at the time. And with that research, it was pointing to some of the areas that some of the speakers spoke about in terms of strengthening the issues of engineering services, because that's what was found by that research to say, in terms of backyard, we are not doing much in terms of providing services like water and sanitation. It did get discussed at various platforms, but given that the funding instruments are split between what Seth was talking about, which is the Epic Settlement Development Grant and the Municipal Infrastructure Grant, which is sitting under COTA. It became one of those journeys where we were directed to engage in detail with COTA, which is the department responsible for dealing with administering the grant on what the MIG, which is the MIG. So as a department, colleagues, what we are busy with is the crafting of the Human Settlements Code. So the Human Settlements Code will have a small-scale rental program as a program. One of the speakers did speak about us having this as an intervention that gets what properly programmed such that it works out with clear rules around what is it that we'll be looking at. There will be a reformed social housing program. There will be a reformed hostel redevelopment program. There will be a rent to buy and all those interventions that are promoting what we should be responding to in terms of rental intervention, because our programs have been more pro ownership. We are engaging in conversations, and I'm very happy that there is this conversation is giving me, giving the national department and maybe the country as a whole, point us to say what needs to go into these programs which will be regulated. From the School of Thought, Prof, that talks about government and governmentality. And when we talk about governmentality, we have to ask those who are being governed how they feel about being governed, and they need to give us pointers in the right direction so that when we write whatever we write, it responds to the need that exists out there. I think some of the speakers spoke about the backlog. I think there are those issues. It grows on a very exponential basis. And currently we have the needs register sitting at figures that are around 3.7 million. And with 505,000 being regarded as the backlog, looking at the performance that we've dealt with over the years, where we've delivered more than 5 million housing opportunities. So in terms of processes, we will be crafting the code. There is some of the colleagues which I'm seeing here. We are appointing a panel of experts which is going to assist us in terms of packaging these different programs. It's not only about the rental, it's also about informal settlements, it's about all the other interventions that are there. There are programs that we are going to phase out. There are programs that we are going to bring in. Small scale rental, it has received attention. We just need to do the write-up and agree around which areas, because I think Seth, as he was articulating the areas on funding, I was like a cat sitting there not knowing which direction to follow, and I'm like, I'm here. I'm hearing those who are for planning approvals, I'm hearing those who say there must be a policy, I hear those who are talking about infrastructure, and I'm saying if you give us money here and say we need to fund this, what is it that we are going to fund, because there is a challenge there. And government is supposed to intervene where the market is failing, not everywhere. So might be, I think probably as I'm here, it's around just giving us those pointers to say which direction should we be going. The panel is on board. We are meeting them on Friday for the first inaugural meeting. We will be unpacking what the housing human settlements white paper is saying, which programs we are going to unbundle, which ones we think needs to be phased out. But we'll still be standing out to the provinces for them to source the research that exists there, still get into conversations such that we have a write-up in terms of what the program, if we say a program of small-scale rental, what does it mean? What is a clear definition of a small-scale rental? What are the principles that we are adopting to make this work? Which role players are going to be given specific roles to be accredited? All those things that are reflected there. What kind of support do you require such that we make it work? So I think it's a long process, but it requires that all of us be in one room when all these things are being packaged such that it makes sense for everyone who will be part of the implementers of the program. There are other steps, Prof and colleagues, given that in human settlements after crafting the document, they have to be taken to the structures, and we have a number of approval structures. We go to our executive management, we go to our discussion with the minister, we go and meet with the MECs and ministers. After those discussions, we must go to cabinet committees, we discuss the detail, what we are proposing, we then go to the FOSAC, which is where the DGs are sitting. After that, we go and meet with the ministers, cluster committees. There are 6 different committees where we are supposed to present. We belong to the social cluster, we will get diverted to go and present in the other clusters. So it becomes that kind of a process that becomes a zigzag. such that when we get to the finishing off line, which is cabinet, at least there is consensus around what we are saying. The other things which probably I would like to mention is the fact that sometimes when you pencil in a policy statement, as you go in the route of it being approved, there will be instances where some of the elements get removed because of a particular stakeholder who will be articulating a different policy position compared to what you would have what maybe penciled in. It does divert you to a conversation with that specific stakeholder such that you bring him on board or her on board such that he fully understands what you're trying to do. We win some of the arguments, we lose some, and you have to move further to the next step in terms of taking it forward. So part of what makes maybe government not to be seen not to be responsive is the fact that the system that has been created is robust in terms of consultation. And when you go and engage, you have to understand it's people who have the interest of the country at heart. They will be pushing their policy position, and you need to be strong around what you are bringing forward such that there is understanding and acceptance. I think the first issue which all of us participated in, it just gave us a good example of what happened. So that's what makes government maybe to look like, maybe we are a little bit slow, but we are not that slow because we are engaging. As long as we know we are on course around this specific program, we have worked around putting in the different elements of what the policy should entail, we are able to roll, and if we are convincing each other to say which part do we find, where is really where does the breakdown in relation to small scale rental happen, then we will be steering the ship towards that. I'm one of those that would say, I take pride and say I don't steer a ship towards the rock. So I'm here to give you that assurance that we are going to steer this ship towards the right direction. We did pencil in whatever that you were reading in fancy language because we had consulted some of you. You did give us the wording. We did write it because maybe we are smart ones. We did consult. So where I come from, you consult, you engage, they convince you, you agree to convince them as well so that it goes to the direction of what is required. So that's what governmentality is all about, Prof. I think I'll leave it at that. I did not complicate.
No, thank you very much. Maybe just one or two follow-up questions before we go to Ms. Van Decker. So you, can you give us an indication of the time frame? I mean, again, it was clear that it is a complicated process, many steps involved, zigzag, but what is your plan kind of time frame for, revising the National Housing Code? And then linked to this, what are the spaces for engagement, where township developers, other stakeholders could come in addition to the panel of experts, for other stakeholders to come in? Because you did say that you are looking for pointers.
Thanks a lot. It's a very easy one because I've programmed this one for this year. In government, we have what we call the annual performance plan. So if you download the National Department Strategic Planning document and the annual performance plan, you'll see we have the review of the housing code. It says rental intervention. So small scale rental is amongst those programs that we are replicating for this year. Like I said, there is a panel. It took a long road for me to get to being proud and say I have a panel that I'm meeting on Friday. Come the end of the financial year, there will be a draft small scale rental. We didn't start from scratch because my colleagues had already sponsored some of the inputs. And in relation to the platforms, I think it's a conversation I need to have with my panelists and agree around creating the platform. What is legislated is that I must meet with the national policy trustees and make sure that management and all these MECs and foresight gets brought on board. So I need to create a layer of a conversation that will happen prior to us taking into all those approval structures. I can definitely give a commitment that that is going to happen before the end of the financial year. which will be the 31st of March 2026. There will be follow-up conversations with the panel, with the draft, and then we'll look at the detail and agree around what we are taking forward, what we are not taking forward. I hope.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's just move to Ms. Londeka, City of Johannesburg. So we did hear about the dialogue in 2018, but could you give us an update, possibly in the City of Joburg? Are there any reforms happening currently or planned specifically to support the small-scale rental housing sector in Joburg?
Okay, thank you. I think as a city, we've taken an approach to create an enabling environment for your small-scale rental. Coming from the experiences that Sarah has highlighted in terms of how the government or provinces tried to intervene in the small-scale rental and the outcomes of that. The city is then, as you have mentioned, we've put in place our land use management scheme, the bylaw, which allows for backrooms, so that the subsidiary dwelling is what we call it in the policy, for residential one stand, which otherwise you would have had to rezone. You now have that as a primary right. So we're reducing that regulatory barrier in relation to that. But what we've also done with development planning, we've come up with a land use scheme manual that we've developed just to simplify the land use concepts for your communities and micro developers and township landlords to ensure that there's an understanding of the compliance requirements in layman terms and therefore facilitating those compliance processes. I think what we're exploring as well is we'd like to see how do we streamline the approval of your building plans in relation to your small-scale rentals in terms of just those processes, making it more seamless in terms of how they deal with the building plans, departments, and so forth. I think our SDF also, it does promote densification. If you look at the approved framework, SDF 2024, we are saying we want mixed-use development, we want densification in your what we call metropolitan nodes, but we also have a zone that we call transformation zone, and that transformation zone is predominantly where your townships are in relation to development. So we are including those areas and we're saying this is where, in terms of densification and mixed development, we want opportunities to be created for small-scale rental. I think maybe also some of the policy initiatives that we've brought in the city, such as the inclusionary housing policy, it has encouraged affordable rental or affordable units developments in well-located areas. I think we can look at that, the principles of the inclusionary housing policy, and see how that can also inform micro-incentives for your township landlords. Something like maybe a density bonus that we can create for small scales. We can give you maybe more backyard units for compliance. That's something that we can look at in terms of micro-incentives. But we also have what is our proposed sites and service program in the city. That has a potential to unlock, I think, service land for your rental development. But we'd like to examine also how can we pair this program with the technical support, because that's a component that we need to enhance. There's a lot that will be happening in terms of implementation. There's also innovative models that can come into the play. So how do we enhance that technical component to make sure that what we deliver as an outcome is something that will be valuable and will be able to enhance the economy of the communities. I think in terms of lessons learned for the city of What they have is a good approach, I think. It's a model that we can learn from as a city. Something that we want to implement, specifically your planning or building plans, prototypes. That's something we were looking at implementing in our proposed service program, just to remove that compliance and minimize the costs in relation to that. But also, I think similarly with what they have as their local planning offices, that's something that we also want to look at replicating, specifically because we already have support or regional offices or regional centers in our community relationship and urban management directorate. So we can establish local planning leads in those areas just to make sure that we reach out to the communities and facilitate the technicalities of enhancing the small-scale rental space in relation to that. Yeah, I think also in terms of implementation, it would be useful to see the implementation of the program itself in Cape Town, specifically in those disadvantaged areas and spaces, and how the impacts on the ground are going to look in relation to that. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Again, it's fantastic to hear so much is happening, and similar but also different, across the country. So because it's a new kind of space for experimentation, where government has to reinvent itself, almost try out new approaches, we all agree that it's very important for lessons to be learned and shared, right? So that things that are happening in Joburg can be then also communicated across the country. I mean, can you tell us about, is this happening enough, do you feel, or is there more potential, for metros to share knowledge among each other? And do you have ideas of how this could be strengthened and improved, so that we don't have to reinvent lessons over and over again?
Okay. I think through our intergovernmental relations, we can have benchmarking sessions where all the municipalities can actually come together and have discussions on certain issues that are priorities, issues that are of importance, mutual benefits in relation to that. So I think a space like that would be useful so that we can engage and we can even go visit each other to have that exchange and information sharing session. It would be useful as well to create a platform. There's already a lot of platforms in terms of knowledge exchange, knowledge management, and so forth. Perhaps what we need to do is just interface in those spaces. I think our key priorities as a city is just to have that regulatory simplification in relation to what we're doing in relation to the sector. So also the capacity building component is something that we would want to enhance in terms of the training programs in construction, the standards, the financing, tenant relations, and so forth. Something that we would want to enhance in the city. But more importantly, I think it's also been stressed in the previous discussions, is the partnerships component. Is already GPF is doing stuff, TAF is doing stuff, so it's critical for us to be able to scale our municipal strategies. We need to start feeding off and see how do we plan what we want to do and what we want to implement, what is happening and what is under implementation, so that we can have a collaborative and more broad and inclusive implementation that touches on the various players and the various scales and the scopes of implementation.
Thank you. So words like collaboration, partnerships, whole of society are kind of mentioned repeatedly, because again we all agree that this is necessary. Brian, you represent the Township Developers Forum in the Western Cape. which is becoming an increasingly important player in this space. There's a formalized structure representing micro developers engaging with the City of Cape Town and other stakeholders. We also heard Sylvester earlier saying that you are a pioneer, a leader, is learning from you. Can you tell us about what the Township Developers Forum in the Western Cape was set out to do? Why were you established? What were your main objectives? And what has worked so far? What have you achieved? The lessons learned? And what are some of the major obstacles and challenges that you have encountered?
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you for the introduction. Brian Bauer from TDF Western Cape. Yes, my colleague was here earlier on, and he has put me very high up. So I need to match to what he has defined me as. But yes, so before TDF was, or rather let me just first start by saying who is TDF. So TDF is a advocate and lobby for affordable finance to unlock economic opportunities and also municipal land release for micro developers within the space of ARF. So we obviously had to find out what is the problem that is within the space, and it looks like the problem was there before TDF was there and all these stakeholders, but we thank DAG and their initiatives to obviously highlight what is happening in the space and to obviously bring together all these stakeholders so that we try to lock ourselves in the room, like Zama always says, to find meaningful interventions and solutions together. So one of the lessons, or a couple of the lessons that I'll mention is, one of them is we have to obviously identify the problem, define it, because obviously you cannot be saying to people, this thing, what is this thing, So there was a lot of definitions, acronyms, etc., etc. So you've got your other people who say it's the affordable rental flats, which would make much more sense, and I think any gentleman on the ground would know exactly what you are talking about when you talk about affordable rental flats. But then there's obviously other definitions that came up, your SSRH, SSRU. So those are the lessons that we've learned, or rather one of the lessons that you learned, to identify what is this thing that we are dealing with. Hence, DAG then obviously came to our assistance to say, guys, you cannot approach a municipality on an individual basis. It's not going to work. Him and I were actually discussing on our way here, saying that you cannot go to a FNB branch. I'm sorry, Fundo, where is he? I'm sorry, Fundo. You cannot go to a FNB branch and say, hey, why are you charging me so much high interest rate? You need to go there as a collective, as a unit. And that's how they will understand it. And you cannot go to a branch. You need to obviously know where you must go. So we had to formalize a voice so that this person and that person doesn't go to the policymakers and go there with a different mandate. We have to be united, have a united voice, an informed voice, an influential voice, a supportive voice. Because if you go there, as different kinds of stakeholders, but you are fighting for the same thing, you are not united, then you are going to be fighting a losing fight. So that is why then we had to obviously invite other stakeholders. I mean, they are in this house, the likes of yourself, Mr. Shiva, Mr. Ivan Chirok, Pete Ahmed, my professor right there, Mr. Francois Virilu, and DAG and the City of Cape Town. So it was an invitation to all these stakeholders so that we find meaningful, solutions, for the space. Obviously, when we come, or rather when we go to, I like this one, when we go to human settlements, we cannot go there empty-handed. So Ivan Turok, Francois Biru, and Shiva, they are good people to have on your side, because then you are going to come with an evidence-based research to say, look, this is something that is going on out there. We cannot be using policies that were established in you mentioned the Act of 97 or something. But things are changing, so we need to go with what is there currently and not use things that we've been, put in place, before we were even born. So we need evidence-based, so academia is very important for us to partner with them so that they support us, because us as TDF, we don't have anyone who's funding us. I think Sylvester, my colleague, he said here that, he's also putting his own money in this thing because he believes in this thing. It means that he's committed. So even myself being here, but here, my flight ticket was paid by DAG and my accommodation. So, so you do need those people who are, committed to the solution that you are trying to find, so that they can help you, go on to that first step. But obviously, as TDF, we believe that we need to formalize ourselves and formalize the organization so that we are a professional organization. I mean, DAG, where they are, Planact, where they are, 40 years in the game of trying to address problems in our society. There was a problem there, and they had to obviously establish these organizations and formalize themselves and make themselves professional. And obviously they've got funders. So that's what we are also trying to do now as TDF, going out there, formalizing ourselves, registering the organization, making sure that it's compliant, so that when we go out there to funders, we are talking about something that can be, funded. So like I said, we had to learn what is this problem, because obviously you cannot better support something that you do not know. I mean, even National Human Settlements right here next to me, they wouldn't put that on the white paper. They wouldn't put the affordable rental flats sector on the white paper if they did not understand. So they had to obviously also understand so that they can also obviously better support, the sector. So our lessons as well is one of education. We had to go out there to our members and educate them. Because what we have seen, Sylvester said, Ekomora in Alex, and you go to Danone, I'm sorry, and it really, I don't know how I feel when we mention Gomora and Danone, because these are townships that I think the municipalities have kind of like given up on them. Like, look, the boat has already left the harbor, so we are just trying to play a catch up. So now, how do you then support something, like I said, that you do not know? So we have to educate our members to say, don't build liabilities. You need to build assets. Because then when you build assets, you can leverage on it. When you go to Fundo, when you go to Usis Lusana over here to say, look, I'm a developer, I have a property, it's worth 2 million rand. Can I put it on the table and then you can give me a facility? So that element within our organization is very important, because we are dealing with a sector or a bunch of people that this real estate development was not discussed around the table, dinner time. It was just something else that was discussed. So it's new to us. So we need to educate those members who are obviously within our organization so that they know exactly what they are getting themselves into. But otherwise, I think I will leave it there for now. But obviously there's various lessons that we have learned, especially from academia and DAG and City of Cape Town, because other people, or rather some of our members, they have built, they didn't submit, approved plans, or they didn't even submit plans. They saw that Mike has built 12 units, and they thought that, let me just also build 12 units because I've got the money. So they built liabilities. So now you then need to obviously look at bringing on City of Cape Town, the municipality, to say, can you please go out there and let the message be known by the space and by the developers to say you need to submit plans so that you can be, your plans can be approved so that, you are compliant within the space. I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Let's go to you, Mike. Planact is a very important NGO operating in the Gauteng space. You recently celebrated your 40th anniversary, I believe. Based on your understanding and networks with developers, but also with municipalities and other spheres of government, where do you see what are the most pressing institutional and on-the-ground support needs in the sector, and how are you responding to those?
Thank you, and it's good day, good afternoon. My name is Mike. Let me share this story a bit. Long ago, we met with an official from the city of Joburg, and he said an issue of public participation notices were dispersed, and he came to this community hall, and it was packed to the rafters. The official was like, how? Today I'm going to tick the box. So many people. Then he started by saying, today it's land use management scheme consultation. We are going to talk about spatial development framework. 3/4 of the room left. It's not a joke, it's a reality. He said people looked at the issue of land and they thought, wow, we're going to get land mahala from government, from the city of Joburg. Thank you very much. My point is that you still need social facilitators in this space. And the issue of terminology is very important and very critical. I'm interested to know what is land use management scheme in isiZulu, or Kasetswana, or Chifenda, or Xhosa. So terminology is very important. Therefore, that's why you need organizations such as Planact and DEG and everybody into the space to fill in that gap. But there are two things that I want to raise. One is that even in the report that we produced, the role of Planact and BESC and the DEG and etc. is that we play a critical role in terms of capacity building. We started in 2024 with a contractor training. We were quite overwhelmed. We even had to cut back some people. This year, we also convened one. We were also overwhelmed. People are thirsty for information. Okay. Next year, we're planning to run 2 of those contractor training. The second thing, we took 6 of the contractors to a technical school in Ekurhuleni to go and train first plumbers and bricklaying. Because people know how to build, do plumbing, etc., but they don't have the necessary documents. And so that is quite limiting. I must say 2 of our participant students that we paid for have been absorbed by the technical college to say, come, we're even going to pay you. So that's the kind of stuff. But then the point of it is to make sure that our partner, the contractors, are well skilled and have got necessary knowledge and information. Tomorrow, we're hosting what we call a construction expo in our office, 28 Judah Street. We're quite excited that industry bodies have confirmed, SARS and HBRC, you call them. We'll have tables, we'll have tables there. You can walk in to any of the table and say, I need assistance. My tax issues are in a mess. You'll get assistance. Okay. So that's part of what we want to try and do, capacity building. We hope to partner with the city and to do more next year. Because it's important that we partner with the city. Another issue that we're looking at is policy advocacy. We're quite excited that the cities that we're working with, the city of Joburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, there's a movement
there's a bit of a movement, and we appreciate. Of course, more can still be done, but we really appreciate. The issue of compliance is a big issue. Most of our contractors don't comply, and that's our concern. We need to make sure that they comply so that they grow from point A to point B, otherwise we remain in point A, and that's it. So we need to make sure that we build that capacity. The issue of data collection and the credibility of the data is a very missing point in this sector. We talk about infrastructure, but what is it about infrastructure? What are we talking about? Okay, so we need to clarify, and part of what we want to do next year, I think in partnership with the city and the city of Joburg, we would like to have a conversation about, a study and a research on the kind of infrastructure that we have. Because when you go to Soweto, the infrastructure is different from, what is that? Tembisa or wherever, So we need to understand something about infrastructure so that when we propose, we're able to have evidence on that. For example, I don't think we have enough evidence about how many small-scale rental projects have been implemented, or how many backyards do we have. Okay. So there's a missing gap there in terms of data and information. No, don't take it. We took Julius and Lungile to Cape Town. Of the record, they were kicking and screaming. We can't go there. It's a DA-controlled municipality. We really had to promise them heaven and earth, Medusa. We had to pay for the officials from our own pocket to say, we will pay for you to go and land. Okay. You also want to pay here, we'll give it to you. Okay. But yeah, we wanted to have this dialogue among the officials, and we're quite appreciative of the deputy mayor who came and engaged with the officials, and there were quite a lot of things that were learned from our visit to Cape Town. The other issue that we're trying to do with DEC is to mobilize other civil society organizations. Earlier on we spoke about the revival of the urban sector network. What a big gap that we have left in the space. Okay. So it's a discussion that we want to continue having, because we know from experience that it is the NGOs that pushed the issue of the people's housing process and changed it into enhanced people's housing process. It was that voice that really shifted the needle. And so in this sector, we need more voices, more organizations such as Planact and DEG and BESC and AFESIS and Isandla and many others for us to make an impact on this sector. So it's conscious, it's up our mind. We talk about it with Zama every time that we need to mobilize civil society to enter into this space. Last but not least, the issue of collaboration and partnership is very important. But more important, and I was saying to Sarah, we need to have a further engagement with VETS and UJ. We are quite blessed that we have these institutions to strengthen the relationship with the institutions so that our evidence-based research is much more refined, and we begin to look at other support from the academic institution. And at the last point, we have been in discussion with your department that we are old-fashioned, we call it Housing Support Center. They call it nicely local planning offices, doesn't matter. But it's something that we would like to partner with the city of Joburg and pilot this Housing Support Center or local planning offices so that any person can walk in when they need finance, we are able to say, there's mustard. If you need assistance, there's so and so. This is how the plans are approved and submitted. So it's something that we are going to pursue early next year. that we pilot at least 1 or 2 of those housing support centers, so that we're able to demonstrate the capacity that we need to provide to our communities.
Proceed breaking the laws of the country. And it's not that it's uneducated people only. Even people that have degrees and whatnot that are not in the built environment, they do break these laws. You know, last week, for instance, I was called by my boss. He's an engineer from UCT. Asked me about developing rental units. You know, one of the things that I shared with him, and he was surprised, was that most of those buildings that you see in the township, they are not approved. And he was shocked. So please, to all the municipalities, even Ekurhuleni, you know, please relook at your strategies to communicate this thing, because people, you can say bylaws, and I can tell you people don't know what you're talking about. So please help us. Thank you.
Final question?
Hi, my name is Shabri Shelley. I'm the Infrastructure and Urban Development Lead from British